Guys, gals, and NB pals, welcome to the Rogue Room ACAB stream. All cats are beautiful. We're doing a tier list. We're going to do a tier list tonight. How's it going, folks? How's it hanging? Long, loose, and full of juice? What's going on? What's the news? What's happened with you lot today? Let me just turn off my living room light because it's on for some reason. I don't know why it's on, but I'm turning it off. Because I can do that with my phone because my lights are intelligent. They listen to my phone. My lights are smart. They probably also listen to my psychotic world domination plans while I'm, brushing my hair in the morning after I get out of the shower. I'm sitting there brushing my hair, planning to take over civilization, and the lights are listening to me. Especially the cat named Abby. There's a cat named Abby? Or am I the cat named Abby? I'm an Abby. I'm an Abby. Also, some bad news for some of you folks. I'm sure you'll hate this. I'm sure you will despise me and loathe me for this. You'll have to forgive me. The nails are gone. I'm back to these stumpy little gross, things. But they were causing me pain because I kept bumping and buckling them on things. This one was bleeding by the time I took it off, so that was an adventure. And now we're back to having no nails. How was your weekend, folks? So the last 2 days I have obviously not been live. We're coming back into our 4th week of streaming consistently Monday through Friday from about 8 p.m. I'm hoping to keep this schedule up. I'm liking it. I want to have a nice, like every single day, same time, consistent. That would be great. That would be nice. That's what I want to do. That's my focus at the moment, is to make sure this stream is happening every week at the right time. Oh, I don't want to listen to myself. Just opening up my stream dashboard here so I can keep an eye on analytics and stuff. Anyways. Yeah, we are going to do a cat tier list, but there are some bits of news I wanted to talk about. I've got coffee. This is like probably my 4th or 5th coffee in a day. I've been doing a number of things, and I've just been stressing out so fucking hard. So obviously the logical conclusion is to give yourself something that elevates your heart rate, because that's a good idea. I don't know. I don't cope well with stress. I'm going through a lot of stress. There's my crystal lizard. Do you see my crystal? I just want to point out my crystal lizard because he's adorable. I just want you all to be aware of the fact that I, as a Souls fanatic, have a crystal fucking lizard. It's a shame he's not life-sized. Anyway, you have a cat named Smudge. My Smudge is laying on the lounge being a cozy little shit. Last weekend was your turning point, the part of a story where the protagonist has an epiphany, not dude with a punchable face. Wait. Oh, turning point. Yes, I didn't even think of that. Wow. Punchable face, small face, pick one. I mean, because his face is so small, you've got to be precise with your punch if you want to punch him. If you want to punch the guy in the face, his face being so small, it has to be an accurate punch. It can be both. You just got to nail the precision down. Hello, Fresh Sugar Rush. How's it going? What's going on? What's the news? What's the haps? What's the happenings? For God's sake, I've put a band-aid on this because it was stinging, it was hurting, and it was bleeding. And I've washed my hands, and now the band-aid's all gross, so I can't keep wearing that. That's not helping any situation. I've been working on my voice. Can you hear it? Abigail, it is a sexy name, Horny Hose. It is a very sexy name. It's a very sensuous name. Let me stick a small doll's face at the end of a pool cue. Line him up. Here's a fun fact about me. I'm terrible at not at poker, yes, but I'm terrible at snooker and pool and stuff. I suck at it. It's fun. I love playing it, but I fucking suck at it. Eggberry, thank you for giving a heck. Thank you for giving a heck. I appreciate it. So I've been working on my voice. I found a clip. No, the corrupt. I cannot. Thank you for the headbands, Katrina. By the way, have you noticed I'm not wearing a headband today? Because my hair looks nice. And, I like wearing headbands, but I'm not wearing one today because my hair looks nice. 8-ball, corner pocket. Yeah, I do that on the first hit. Don't play pool with me, because I'll end the game on the first turn. Unintentionally. What's going on with chat tonight, folks? My hair does look great. Thank you. I don't know what I did different. I think maybe I used a bit more conditioner than usual. And I did it, like, I've been specifically using my conditioner only on the tips and the strands, not the roots, because you're not supposed to do conditioner on the roots. And also I've had my hair brushed to the other side all day. I've had it like all over here, so when I brushed it over to this side, because I always wear it on this side because this is the side that faces the camera the most. I mean, you can see it from this angle as well, but I do like my hair to have this kind of look, if we can. What dildo? There's no dildo on the wall. What dildo? This chat is hornier than you usually are, I know. What's wrong with these people? This is not a horny stream, we're going to be talking about cats. But like, what dildo on the wall? There's no dildos in my room. Well, I mean, there are, but they're not out on display. I'm not that kind of person. Nothing against those kind of people. Besides, what if there was a dildo? Yeah, who cares? Why is there a dildo on the wall? Why do you care?
I see you've brought guests.
Milk.
Welcome
in,
friends.
How's it going? Welcome to the Rogue Room. How did your stream go? Can we get a shout out? Do they mean the sword? I mean, it could look phallic, I suppose. Swords do look generally pretty phallic. We're here, we're Sip. We come to spread the love. I will take the love. How yous doing, folks? Give me a sec. While I just do this. Put our pretty lights on. How's it going, Raiders? Did your first acrylic paint pour tonight? Need to work on your mixes, but it turned out alright. Nice to hear it. Sounds good, sounds good. I look so pretty. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly so much. Yeah, I hope your stream went well, Miacha. What'd you get up to tonight? Yeah, lots of things look phallic if you squint, right? Like skyscrapers. Skyscrapers look phallic. Obviously, swords. That's a sword. What else we got? I mean, the guitar head kind of looks a bit phallic. What else looks... The Eiffel Tower, I suppose. I'm trying to think. Like, what else can I think immediately off the top of my head? Like, deodorant cans and other stuff like that. I've got like a can of... I've got a can of Batiste. You can't see it. You can see my pajamas hanging there, though. I've got a can of, like... What's it called? Dry shampoo that you spray in your hair. Actually, it's out. I should just chuck the can out. But that's very phallic. What else is phallic? Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough. Seriously, what are you guys, like 13 or something? Do you think I don't know what's in my room? Oh, there's a dildo on the wall. Oh, God, look, there's a dildo on the wall. Like, I've decorated my own room. I know everything that's on display in here. Well, if you're 9, someone immediately ban that person. Someone immediately ban that person. Oh, you're 90? I don't care. I don't know one over the age of 89 in my chat either. Ban them. You want to test me? I don't fucking care. If you say you're under the age of 9, if you say you're under the age of 13, actually, if you're under the age of 18, this is an R8, well, M18. This is a mature rated stream, so you have to be 18 years or up to be here. So if you just even jokingly tell me that you're 12 or whatever, you're out. Fuck off. This is a stream for adults. Can't even see the dildo. Exactly. Like, what are you expecting me to... what? That's such a dumb thing. That's a monumentally dumb thing to try to get the streamer for, as if we don't know what's in our background. And I like, let's just put it this way. I make a conscious decision to show everything in my room exactly where it is. Did you notice that my dumbbells are positioned right in front of my mirror? Because I'm using dumbbells to do home workouts at the moment, and I want everybody to know that I'm doing home workouts with dumbbells at the moment. Because that shows a dedication to fitness. I don't know why I have a guitar and a skateboard on display, because I'm not practicing either of those things at the moment. But I have. And then like everything else in my area, everything else in my room, in my space, is specifically given its place, especially from this angle. Maybe not so much this angle. That's a bit of a mess over there that I'm going to fix up soon. Like, that's a junkyard underneath this area. That's going to be my makeup space soon. Once I get a mirror and once I organize it, that's going to be my makeup nook. Which is like, if you look at it, it's quite a nice little space. That's where I used to stream years ago. When I had my PS4 as my main streaming thing, and I had my PC and stuff. I'm going to turn that into a makeup nook, and if I can get another camera, I mean, obviously not immediately, but all of this is like far future goals kind of shit at this stage, unless income from streaming picks up to the point where I could justify doing it next week, which is unlikely, I fully intend to turn that into a makeup nook, and we can do more regular Get Ready With Me streams. Because I've got a mirror, but it's fucking piss weak. Look at this thing. I want a big mirror. Imagine being so lousy you get banned by the bot. You got banned by the bot. Can we get some... Hang on. I want to do a chant right now. Here we go. Ah. There we go. There's a chant. Can we get some Limfao banned by bot freaking loser in the chat? Imagine being that much of a loser that you got banned by the bot. You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. What is this? Amateur hour? You fuckers really actually legitimately must be 9 if you think that was gonna work on me. Shut the fuck up. Anyway. Just for the sake of it. Just to flex on you fuckers. I'm literally gonna flex on you fuckers. Look at the guns on this bitch right here. Low quality troll. Imagine choosing to be a troll and being that low effort. That is miserable. Anyway. Oh, anywho. The 4 chins. Yeah, I know the 4 chins. Wait, is that fat phobic? Is that I think that's fat phobic if we call them the 4 chins. Because it used to be the meme, right? Bunch of pathetic losers on 4chan are just these massively overweight incels that sit in a disgusting bedroom that's laden with trash and unwashed dishes and unwashed clothes. But, I mean, nowadays, if we do the obese bit at least, the rest of that still rings true, but if we make fun of their body, then we're technically making fun of anybody who's fat. And I don't want to be that asshole. Anyway. News, stories, things, 4 chuds, that one works. I don't think chud has any significant meaning that can offend anyone. There's a thing I wanted to discuss, and I want to do this right now, as I'm going to put a stream marker on right now, and just in case I forget, and I'm also going to start recording. So I'm recording right now, because I wanted to get a point across. So what is it, 8:12. The thing is, there are a bunch of little different topics I wanted to discuss tonight. With regards to, you might have noticed on my YouTube channel, if you're watching this on my YouTube channel after the fact, remember to like, comment, and subscribe on the video. Don't click the subscribe button if you're already subscribed. That's silly, but I've decided from now on, most of my YouTube content is going to be trans-related. So I'm going to discuss trans topics on there. I'm going to try to hyper-focus on that specific area of discussion. And, obviously we talk about trans stuff here on stream all the time. If you have any questions about my trans experience, or if anyone in chat wants to chime in with their own trans experience, etc., 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 go ahead, do what you want. But I wanted to... We'll do the yo-yo after I'm done the video. We'll do the yo-yo after I'm done the video segment. Hold on to that one. Or we could do it while I'm talking. It might actually help if I stim while I'm talking. I might actually be able to focus. Okay, so there's a little bit of a discourse in the trans community that doesn't ever seem to go away because it's a very tricky subject, I think. I'm going to put this up because it's easier to yo-yo when my sleeves are up. It's easier... No, that's not right. I already said the it's easier thing. Do an outfit model. There's not much to the outfit. It's just a mum fit. But there is this thing that gets around. I want to ask you all a question. As, from the perspectives of trans people, but if there are any cis folks in chat, chime in as well if you want. Just, if you are going to sleep with somebody, should you, what's the phrase? Should you disclose? It's right in front of me. I'm reading this tweet right now. If you are going to sleep with someone as a trans person or as someone going to sleep with a potential trans person, should you disclose right off the bat? Should you disclose? Now, this question, it seems like... I agree. I agree you should disclose. And we'll get into why in just a moment. And I feel like this question perhaps pertains more to people who've had the surgery than not. I mean, if I'm even going on a first or second date with a person, chances are... Sorry. I made a bit of noise there. Chances are they're going to know by the first or second date. Chances are they're going to know before we even go on a date. You know? That's just me. Some people might be, I guess you could say, like, completely transitioned or whatever, like, medically fully transitioned. And they might just want to keep that to themselves out of potential shame or what have you. But I think, generally speaking, it just seems like the most logical conclusion for a transgender person to disclose to a potential sexual partner, I'm transgender. Now, again, if they've had the surgery, I think it can be slightly different. I think it can be slightly different if they're, like, because, you know, I've heard stories of girls who've had, like, the whole thing down there. I don't know so much about male sex reassignment surgery, but I've heard, you know, girls' vaginoplasties look passable. As in, they look virtually the same, you know, indistinguishable. That might be a different area. However, Lilith Lover posted this. If you are trans, you should always disclose your status to the person you are dating before entering bed together. For all parties' sake, it's just a good idea to do so. Never assume. I am giving this what should be obvious advice precisely because I care about the safety of trans people. There have been way too many incidents of violence already. Like, this is my main concern as a transgender person with concern for other transgender people. I don't want to hear another story about a trans person being assaulted, being killed, because they tried to sleep with someone and there was no disclosure. But even with disclosure is the unfortunate situation. Somebody might disclose and end up as a victim of violence as a result of that. It's a really difficult area to traverse in this world, and personally, like, if I'm going to date someone, I'm going to gauge if they're trans-friendly to begin with. I'm going to try to build a bit of rapport with them beforehand and make sure I can trust that they are a trans ally at the very least. If not trans themselves, I mean, I'd go T for T if the opportunity presented itself. But as we continue on, if you fear for your safety at the idea of telling them, it should be all the more reason to disclose in public. Yes, like if you're, and we'll get to my tweet in a minute, like, take them. I mean, I can't at the moment. We're in lockdown. But, you know, if I were to fear for my safety and wanted to meet someone privately, they would know in advance. You know, if we were talking on Tinder or something like that. The violence against trans people is in no way excusable in any world, but in the same token, one could not help but look at some of these tragedies and imagine ways it could have been avoidable. Now, you could look at that statement and consider it victim blaming, but I do think it's a genuine thing. It's not like, that girl was wearing a short skirt and she was being flirtatious, she deserved to be raped and murdered and dumped by the river. Some people have that attitude. Some people have got the same kind of attitude towards trans people. But I think in this circumstance, given what we know about social attitudes towards trans people, and given what we know about how radical transphobia is increasing and people are definitely getting violent toward trans people and their allies, I think it's a logical conclusion that you would disclose beforehand because of this thing. And then, of course, lastly, on the obvious, consent is of utmost, and the first step of consent is that it's built on trust and transparency. Both parties not only should, but need to be on the same page when it comes to bedroom stuff. And that's ultimately what it's all about, right? It's like, you need to be fucking people who are on the same page as you on virtually everything when it comes to sexuality. You know, you both need to be in the same space, in the same headspace. And obviously there are certain people out there who do not consider that with regards to their sexual encounters. I've met a few people who've got a lot of regret about prior sexual encounters because they didn't actually really gel with the person. They didn't actually have that level of, I don't know what you would call it. They didn't have that level of trust, transparency, consent. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like, nobody should be murdering. The real truth is teach men not to murder. Yes. At the end of the day, yes. But in this age that we're in now, in this specific time we're in now, I do not think it's necessarily victim blaming to warn trans people and say to trans people like myself, disclose for your own safety. Now, hopefully, fingers crossed, and don't get me wrong, there are definitely some horny trans people who just want to slut it up, and if you can do that safely, slut it up, queen, or king, or monarch. Whichever form of royalty you might be, go and slut it up like crazy, but do so safely. Make sure your partners are on board with it. Do not put yourself at risk. And this is what I intensely worry about when it comes to the idea of entering into any relationship. And I feel like it's a bit strange to say considering I'm into women, and I'm going to be a little bit sexist here, but I just don't typically expect violence from women. But I'm also into certain types of women who have a very strong aesthetic. I'm rambling. Look, the point is, there are a lot of especially trans women, but definitely trans men as well, I would imagine, would face the same kind of violence. But again, I don't have the trans man's experience. So, I can't speak from their perspective specifically. However, this whole thing worries me, especially given the discussions around trans people in like private public spaces, like change rooms and spas and bathrooms and all of that kind of thing. Just the sheer fact of the matter of being in a gendered space and having someone potentially harassing you who you don't know, who just assumes you're trans. Now imagine you get into a potential sexual encounter with someone and you don't tell them you're trans and it turns out they're transphobic. Or you don't even get into a sexual encounter. You might just be like flirting with someone, making out with someone. It all comes back to that trap thing. For those of you who are not caught up on this, the term trap specifically refers to a transgender person, typically a transgender woman, being flirtatious and sexually assuming with a man. And then, yeah, it's a trap where it is implied that the trans woman in this scenario is actually a gay predatory man preying on straight men. Or whatever kind of bullshit they've made up, which is entirely fabricated, and I don't think there's ever any even instances of this happening. But some people still have this attitude. Some people still have this idea ingrained in their heads, largely influenced by the media and the opinions of other people who have not been educated on the subject. And that's why I think it's important to bring this kind of thing up, and it's important to talk about this kind of thing. Because, and the thing that worries me, honestly, is there are people who are on, like, I think, as far as I can tell, based on Lilith's other tweets and some other commentary I've seen from her, she does skew a little bit more right than left. I'm not sure of her specific political alignment. I haven't had the thought to ask, but I agree with her on this specific point. And it seems like there are a lot of other people who, generally, politically speaking, would agree with me, who disagree with her on this point. And I'm left wondering why. Considering the danger that it poses to a trans person to not disclose and potentially put yourself in harm's way. Because you can't, unless you have, like I said, I would gauge everyone I would want to date. I would gauge everyone I would want to fuck. I would gauge everyone who I would even want to have a friendship with. If I found out there was somebody who has got transphobic views, fuck them, they're gone. I'm not going to spend time around those kinds of people. And I'm going to know if they are transphobic before we sleep together. But I'm not every trans person. And I'm especially not every trans woman. And so to that end, knowing what we know, knowing that trans people do get killed. I don't want to look up the stats. You can Google the stats if you want. But I think it is something like 20 to 30 trans people have been murdered this year alone. And I would not be shocked if most of those were in some kind of sexual hate crime. Or just an outright hate crime, of course. That's the sad thing. Whatever the number is, it's too big, exactly. And if it comes down to this idea that a transgender person, and this is the issue, right? Is the concept of the trans panic defense is still a thing in some parts of the world. Some people might still try to use that legally. I think it has been outlawed in certain states in the US. I don't know if it's ever been used or if it's been outlawed here in Australia, but queer panic has been a thing for quite a while in a legal sense. And all that really means is if someone kills a queer person, whether that be a gay person, a lesbian, a trans person, non-binary person, whatever it is, they can technically legally use the defense to get a reduced sentence of, I was thrown into a mental panic, over this person, and it has been used to some extent. I'm not sure. I think it has been used to some extent in certain states, in certain cases, where a transgender person has been killed and the murderer has been let off with a lighter sentence. They probably still go to jail. But at the end of the day, like, that's the thing, right? Our lives are considered worth less because somebody can just say, oh, I had a freak out mental breakdown moment because this woman, turns out she's got a penis. That should never be a justification. That should absolutely never be a justification. And sadly, those attitudes still pervade today. And when I say those attitudes still pervade today, is pervade a word? Those attitudes still persist today, is what I mean to say. Like, peenish? I don't know.
I see you brought
Thank
guests.
You for the raid. Welcome in. Pervade
friends.
is a word. Okay, I thought I made it up, because, like, pervasive? I don't know. Anyway, we're just talking about a little trans topic, and then we're going to move on to some other stuff. We're going to do our cats tier list, but I just wanted to discuss this first. Dirtbag, how did your stream go? Tell us all about it.
Thank
what up,
you
Ariana
for
Grenade? I
your
love
membership.
that name. Draco!
Hi, Abby. I am still here. All cats are beautiful.
All cats definitely are beautiful. Matthew Shepard kind of changed that here. So Matthew Shepard case, the US has a precedent of dismissing panic defenses. Good. It's still like I would... By the way, Ariana, welcome to the Rogue Room. I would still rather prefer trans people not get murdered. You know, I prefer nobody gets murdered, honestly. But given the fact that it is still a thing, given the fact that it is still a worry for a lot of trans people, disclose. You know, tell people you're trans before you sleep with them. Because if you don't, it could end up really badly. You know, and some people might look at a person and say, well, I like this person a lot, but I don't want to tell them because we're like, I'm sure we've been in this situation before. It's like, I like this person a whole lot, but what if I tell them something that I think they might not like about me? It doesn't even necessarily have to be that you're trans, or it doesn't have to be that you're into this or whatever else. Like, if you like a person enough, and that can be like a form of infatuation, not necessarily love. That's more infatuation. But anyway, you know, that's the thing. If you are finding yourself in a sexual situation where you think this person might freak out and assault me, might freak out and murder me, get away from them. Distance from them, you know. And that's why disclosure is important. And again, if you are worried, disclose in public. You know, if you are able to do so, if you're dating someone and you want to sleep with them, take them to a cafe, lay it out on the table, you know. Make sure it's a populated cafe too. Make sure there's a lot of people around. And, you know, disclose, I'm transgender. Because it could save you and it could save other people too, honestly. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, I guess. I just really wanted to get that out there. I know I probably shouldn't be speaking on this from a point of authority, but it does feel kind of logical. You know, like, the thing that annoys me is the fact that there are a lot of trans people who disagree with Lilith on this. And I don't understand why. And I'd like to understand why. Some people seem to think it's a certain attitude that's... I don't know. I can't put the pieces together in my head. I'd have to find someone... Like, the only responses I've seen to this are pretty offhand dismissive, like, no. I don't want to dismiss. I'm disclose. I don't want to disclose. I shouldn't have to. They should just be a respectful person. They should be a respectful person in the same way that Twitch should be a platform that doesn't need an ally tag. Right? Do you know what I mean? Nobody on this platform should ever need to use the ally tag. Why is there an ally tag? Why should we need a tag that says this is a queer-friendly stream? Because we should logically assume everyone on the platform is queer-friendly, and there's a minority of people on this platform that are hateful towards queer people. But that is not the case, and that is why the ally tag exists, and that is why you should disclose for your own safety. Because we want to assume that people are generally trans-friendly, that people are not transphobic to the point of violence. But that is not the society in which we live, and given that we are such a hot-button topic at the moment, chances are the people that are violently transphobic are fired up over it right now. Keep yourself safe. All right, that's the end of that segment. That's what we're going to do with that one. Thank you, everybody, for listening to my little rant there. And again, if you're watching this on YouTube, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And check me out here on Twitch at twitch.tv/AbigailBeck. What do we think? Did I do okay? How was that for a YouTube video? How was that for a YouTube video? You join in at the end of the rant. Well, that's going to be up on Friday. That's going to be my Friday video. Although I did want to revisit the Wii Spa thing as well, because there's some more stuff there. Another protest happened there. Over here in North Carolina, just trying not to leave your house. Oh, gosh. Emma, welcome to the Rogue Room. Okay, let me go back. So we did a bit of yo-yo. We did do a bit of yo-yo. Did I miss any redeems? No, I don't think so. So, welcome in, everybody. I hope you're doing well. For anybody who, I have a tendency nowadays to try to record a segment for YouTube, and then I post it on Fridays. So we record on the Mondays, we post it on Fridays. How are you, Emma? And again, thank you, Draco, for that tier 1, you legend, you. Also, if anybody wants to type cheers in the chat, ! Cheers. Could have ended with always bring a shiv to a day. Yes, indeed. If anyone wants to type cheers in chat, can we get some cheers in chat? Cops tearing down a Blue Lives Matter sign is a hate crime, they say, while destroying queer signs publicly. No one's typing ! Cheers in chat. Hey, Soul Reaper, how's it going? I'm disappointed. Someone do it. There we go. Cheers to you too. Speaking of which, did you know if you cheer certain amounts, different clips will play? Check out the whole list here. Yes, indeed. I finally got around to doing all those. Tits. Oh, I don't have a tits command. I got a boobs command. There's a boobs command. There's not a tits command, sadly. There we go. Abby wants bigger ones. Chuck a few bucks in the boob fund. Speaking of which, I put like most of my basic. Also, unfortunately, they don't. They should just stop at the end of the clip, but they loop. So I might go through and re-edit them so that they're exactly like 2 or 3 seconds a piece, or however long. Thank you for the 100 bits, Eggberry. The mummy milkers. Oh, those. Abby's boobies. Her massive fucking titties. Her super stuffed milkies. Her honka bonka doinky boinkies. Her fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds. You mean these super duper ultra hyper goddamn motherfucking tits? Well, not yet, but you can make it happen by clicking on streamlabs.com/Abigail/tip. And you can chuck a couple of bucks in the boob fund down here. Large honkers, big mummy milkers. Did you guys know I'm a D cup? Fun fact. 10D, not big. Cup sizes are weird, but technically I'm a 10D. Here's a fun fact. I did this thing. And yeah, like I put my Twitch payout from the other day into my PayPal. It hasn't gone through yet, but that's going to bump that number up a little bit. It's mutual aid boobies. Why in 2021 do we not have a boob donation scheme? Because this is socialism. This is socialism, and a lot of people still don't like socialism. Anyway, what was I going to do? Oh yeah. Not a brad that fits. A bra that fits. Why are we not funding this? We should be. There's a thing, if you want to find out your cup size, if you want to find out your boobie size, there you go. You can go and measure yourself. It's a fun thing. Cup sizing, I blame men. Yeah, they don't understand what cup size means. Like, I want to go with huge double Ds. And I'm like, I could technically have double Ds. I'm not that far off, and these things are fucking tiny. Are you kidding me? Yeah, people like socialism as long as you don't call it socialism. Exactly, yeah. Oh, by the way, I trimmed my eyebrows. Do you like them? They're a little bit neat. Anyway, pardon me while I just simp for myself, which I should be fully allowed to do. It's just abrathatfits.org is the site. And it stems from the website A Bra That Fits, which was the same concept. People would, ask for bra advice and things like that. And somebody made an algorithm that figures it out for you. It's not socialism unless we have public access to it. No, it's mutual aid, which is a socialist idea or a communist idea. I can't remember. And also, you've been reading into Econobabble. It's amazing how it breaks down the right-wing ratchet in economics. Twitch works on the Quest 2. What's the Quest 2? Any measurement for women is sus, true. Did you folks? Did you folks? Oh my god! I just want to say something to you. So I'm a very very big Abigail Thorne simp. Have you watched Social Constructs? That's her newest video where she's in a car repair shop. She's everything. She goes full leather mummy. Yes, she does. Yeah, it's so good. It's such a good video. Oh my god. I love her. I adore her with all of my heart. She's amazing. I know I shouldn't be that kind of person who's like completely parasocially attached to a person. Oh, Madam Scoville, you redeemed a flex and I didn't do it. I'm so sorry. Uss. I could do the other one too. It's way too easy to get aroused by Abigail Thorne. Oh, I know like she and ContraPoints have got money. I get it. Don't get me wrong. I understand they've got cashola. But it is so unfair, the fact that they are just so fucking gorgeous. I've seen photos of ContraPoints prior to transition and her older videos. And don't get me wrong, both of them were very attractive people from the get-go, is the thing. Like, I've seen photos of Natalie pre-transition, and she was pretty then. She was fucking, like, she got plastic surgery for her own reasons, obviously. And like she said, her plastic surgeon is an artist. But it's like, holy shit. Yeah, Abigail really came into her own. I honestly feel like Abigail specifically, not me, although, I can't say for certain that she hasn't had work done. But looking at her face and looking at how my face has changed since being on HRT, it feels as though she might have not had any work done because her face was already rather effeminate and she just let fat distribution change the look without needing to get any work done. There you go, Reaper. There's my trans power ring. And look at my gross, nasty nails. Ew. Oh my god. Oh, gross. Trans people who are very pretty at every stage of their presentation is very common, it seems. Yeah. Yeah, like, what the fuck's with Katie Montgomery? Holy shit. She's an unfair... Like, what? I get people telling me I'm pretty, but I don't feel anywhere near as pretty as these bitches. What the fuck? We're waiting a phone call from PP so you can start your HRT. Ooh, it's exciting. Yes. But as I was gonna say, like, I feel like there were points in my past where, as presenting as a dude, I actually was like, I can look back on my old photos and say, yeah, I can see why. I mean, this is gonna sound bad. I can see why certain women were interested in me from a shallow point of view. Yeah, some people are just blessed in ways we can never dream of. Yeah, and that's a privilege. Like, that's a privilege that not a lot of people talk about, I think. Because we talk about stuff like race, sex, gender, age, ability, etc. We don't... It's amusing how often we don't talk about attractiveness privilege. Like, we talk about thin and fat privilege. But, like, especially in the society in which we live, that's very cultivated around a certain, like, majority white image. You know? We don't often talk about... Yeah, pretty privilege. That's a good one, yeah. We talk about all the other ones all the time. I mean, in these circles. But we don't often talk about pretty privilege. And I'm like, why don't we talk about pretty privilege? Like, if we talk about, yeah, like Media Foster's Impossible Beauty Standards, if you go to, like, the underwear section at the supermarket, you'll see the models on the underwear packets, and they're, like, these chiseled dudes with massive biceps and these boxer shorts that are really, like, tight on his body. And the women are, like, swimwear models. Like, it's ridiculous, right? And we look at it and we say, okay, thin privilege. Or, like, you know, body privilege, in a sense. We don't often see a lot of fat bodies, a lot of larger bodies represented in that. So, to the point where, like, I've been seeing ads for plus-size women tights and underwear. I don't know why I'm not plus-sized, but the algorithm has dictated I should be seeing these ads, which is good, I suppose, that I am actually seeing models who are of, you know, not status quo body sizes. But the vast majority of mainstream advertising is going to pander to people whose bodies are of an acceptable aesthetic. But we don't often, and we'll talk about that all the live long day, but we don't often talk about the face. It's like, okay, yeah, dude's got a six-pack and ripped pecs, huge shoulders and arms. We don't talk about his chiseled jawline. We don't talk about her absolutely perfect, I don't know what a good, attractive, like, elven face. Steph Sanyati is unreasonably pretty. Can I just bring up another trans woman that I am unreasonably, like, ahem? Like, if anyone has legitimate elven features, it's Steph. Holy crap. I love her. She's great. Anyway, can see the difference in how people treat you when you're rocking the pencil skirt and makeup compared to what you wear around the house? You think so? Did she change race? No. Probably wearing a lot of bronzer in one photo. You've seen Solid Snake before he was ported into Smash Ultimate. Talk about unrealistic beauty standards. Wait, what? Being conventionally attractive has more benefits than a lot of other privileges. Yeah. Like, think about... like, Instagram is an example. You look at some of the people on Instagram who've got millions of followers on Instagram specifically. And the reason they've got millions of followers, like, Instagram is a vapid hellhole of just nothing but really pretty people posting really pretty photos. And the top people that use Instagram are always stupid attractive. Check out memes for a Solid Snake comparison. Okay. Where's the memes at? I'm in the wrong category. Meme Supreme. Meme Supreme. Oh my god, okay. Alright. Nintendo flattened Snake's butt in Super Smash Bros. Where did it go? Where did it go? It's not there anymore. I didn't even play Smash. Where did his ass go? It's not there. Is there a way that somebody can actively... Like, my issue with this... Welcome to the Rogue Room, by the way, Thedas Elcor. I love that, by the way. Dragon Age and Mass Effect in one. Nailed it. I mean, there are some good people on Instagram, yes. You fell asleep after the Frowsley raid. You've been going a while. Have I? No, I only started him a little while ago. Gave him the Hank Hill special. Here's my issue with this. Here's my main issue with this. You cannot get legs that size and not have an ass. That's physically impossible. If you're working your hamstrings to this level, if you're working your quads to this level, there will be glutes. Where are the glutes? Yeah, how are his legs like that but he has no cheeks? Unless he's had, like, atrophy. And honestly, if his ass has atrophied to the point where, like, they've removed the muscle or something, the dude shouldn't be fighting. Getting distracted.
Thank you for continuing your membership. Lockdown can eat a rainbows, but you are a delight, Abigail. Thanks for 2 months.
Thank you for 2 months, T. Lockdown can eat a rainbow. I should really turn off the censor on the text-to-speech. But it's fucking hilarious at the same time. Justice for Snake's butt. Oh goodness, someone smashed a little too vigorously. Good to know Snake is still on bottom though. If we're gonna body critique every character in gaming, oh I know, we'll be here all year. It'll be a chore. Should we? So we did our first story. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna like highlight that. That one's done. Well, we're also gonna do J.K. Rowling. We're gonna talk about J.K. Rowling's bullshit, if you want to. Where'd that video save? Really quickly. Yeah, it saved it there. Okay, I'm gonna just quickly do something. I'm just gonna copy this video and paste it somewhere so that it's in the right place for later on when I'm editing it, so I can find the file exactly where it should be. Trans disclosure, that's tucked away in a folder, nice and neat. Okay, so I want to do a thing. Radicus Finch, welcome to the Rogue Room. I want to do a thing. We're not doing featured sports templates. I'm gonna search. Maybe someone's already done it. Cats? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, I'm gonna make a template. Let's look up cat breeds. Oh, hang on, there is one. There is one. There is one. Okay, we can do cat breeds. Oh, they don't have many. It looks like they've got most of them, though. Okay. Have I seen Lycoi cats? No, I have not. Can I add more to this? Edit the label text in each row, drop the images. So I'm just going to do S, A, B, C, D. Because there's no F cats. There's no F cats, okay? So is this... I don't know what the breed names are. I don't know what the breed names are. Can I save and download it? Love chicken cutlets. I shouldn't... I was going to say I don't mind them. But at the same time, I'm slowly transitioning to plant-based. Miss Marshmallow, she's a British short-haired and one of your cats. What breed of dog is she? Irish Wolfhound. What breed of cat is cat? Okay, well, tuxedos obviously go at the top. Obviously. Like, I mean, the thing is, tuxedos aren't even technically a cat. That's just a... What is it? A short hair? Or whatever they're called? But my sister has a long hair that's a tuxedo as well. Tuxedo's technically not a breed. Okay. What type of cat is it? A black one. Okay, so whatever... I think this is a blue Russian. I'm not sure. But that can go in the A tier. They've got no ears, and ears are adorable. However, the lack of ears... Oh no, that's not a Russian blue. Is that a Russian blue then? Maybe that one is there. We need to get bigger pictures. I want bigger pictures. There we go. That's kind of helping. Scottish Folds also have no ears. Is that a Scottish Fold then? That one is a... Okay, that's okay. Scottish Fold goes in A. It goes in A. What do we think? What do we think so far? Do you agree or do you disagree? Okay, so first off, these are my first two picks. Okay. What do you think? Does the tuxedo belong in S tier? 1 for yes, 0 for no. Just the tuxedo. Is the tuxedo S tier? 1 for yes, 0 for no. So we got a bunch of ones. Hello, Fox. How you doing? Do not disparage Sphinx cats. Okay, I love those little fuckers. We're gonna fight over the Sphinx cats. Alright, it looks like tuxedo belongs to the top. Okay, so Scottish Fold. Does it belong in the A tier or should we change it? Give me a recommendation for the tier it belongs in. Made it for the tier list. We've only just started. A or B for Scottish Folds? B. We got a couple of Bs. Believe cats should be allowed to roam free because you're for conservation of nature. Yeah, cats should be allowed to kill pigeons. That's awful. I'm sorry. Why aren't all the cats going to A? I mean, S is above A. Throws blanket on party. You can't see this, really? S. Well, I mean, we could say all cats are beautiful and just put them at the top. Lycoi cats. What are Lycoi cats? Let's have a look. Oh, they're pretty. They're mangy looking, but they're pretty. They look kind of like those monkeys. You know the monkeys I'm thinking of? I don't know what the name of them is. But they got that little white face. Yeah, werewolf cat. It's fucking cool. Found the boobs. No, we have to fund the boobs. Marmosets? Maybe it's marmosets. Yeah, marmosets. Those are the ones. Very similar. Okay, so. Look like rats cosplaying as cats. Alright, so. How about we do it this way? We'll do it this way. Okay. We'll do it this way. Okay. So, this will make life easier for me, because then we can just have a factual, scientific declaration. You got 1 minute to vote. Scottish Fold. S, A, B, C, or D. Go, 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 go. Do it now. Vote. It's already in the A tier. If you want to move it out of there, vote. You got to vote. This is a democratic channel, except you can't evict. You can't like get rid of me. You're not allowed to get rid of me. We got 1 vote for S, 5 votes for A. It's staying in the A tier at the moment. Oh, we got 2 votes for S. Nobody wants to put it in B, C, or D. 6 votes for A. Big grumpy squish-faced ginger boy. Which one's a tabby? I don't know which one's a tabby. What's this one? I don't know what this one is. Rusty spotted cat. So far we got 6 votes for A. That's a Bengal. Ooh. They're big, aren't they? Bengals are big. Rusty spotted cat. Aww. Okay, it stays in A. Alright, the Scottish Fold stays in A. So, moving on. So many cute cats. There's so many. Look at it. Oh my god. It baby. The world's smallest big cat. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I could have had you send photos of your own cats. I don't know if... Can I add cats? I'm presuming I can... Whatever. We're doing it this way. We're doing the one that's on the website. Okay, so A wins, so it stays... Scottish Fold stays in A. So we've got this one next, which was a... What was that? Bengal. Alright, vote on the Bengal. Where's the Bengal going? Where's this spotty boy going? Where's him going? Where him his? Where am him? Bengals are strange. You think A tier? We got S and A at the moment, which are about equivalent with each other. Like, if you get to A, you're already a fucking banger of a cat. If you get to S, it's just like bonus points. Buy Smudge a mini suit. I want to get him a collar that has a bow tie. Honestly. Oh, we got 1 vote for B. We got 3 votes for S. I do want to get him a collar with a little bow tie and then like get him an actual proper tag. So then if he gets out, which is not likely to happen, but he has snuck out the door a couple of times, and I'm worried that one day he's going to get out and run off. And the last time that happened, somebody did call me and let me know he was at their place, which was just like 2 houses up the road, which was fortunate. We got 4 votes for S, 3 votes for A, 1 vote for B. It looks like he's going in the S tier. Where are we going? And there we go. The Bengal goes to the S. Okay, we got this one next. I don't know what this one is. When's the tier list for dogs? Well, we're doing cats because all cats are beautiful. Do you know why all cats are beautiful? Because they don't abuse pro-trans protesters with less than lethal weapons at point-blank range. We're going to get into that after this. The whole segment's a dog whistle, ironically. Anyway... Squishy, I love you. How you going? Welcome to the Rogue Room. All these cats in SNA. What's this breed? So I can do the poll. Just leave this here. Let me click it. Let me click a link. Enjoy that look. Aww. Made by Cleo. Little bow ties. Are they actual collars or are they just ties? Oh yeah, they are actual collars. Look at that. Aww. Yeah, less than lethal. They have a weapon that has been proven to kill people. I wouldn't mind getting him something simple like this. Oh, the purple is nice. Look at that. Alright. So. Excuse me. This breed. This one here. Does anyone know what this cat is? I don't know what this cat is. I'm going to have to keep asking you all what the different breeds are. Because I have no fucking clue. Like, who keeps track of cat breeds? Let's look them up. Sorry, excuse me for a second while I just, like... Sorry, I'm being a dickhead. I shouldn't be scratching that area on stream, but it's itchy, so what am I going to do? Alright, so we've already done the Bengal. So what about... What are you? You mixed up Savannah cats with a Bengal. Oh, whatever. It's there now. A Toiga? It's a Toiga, isn't it? Hey, Paulie, you got that Toiga? Yeah, I got that Toiga. You want to come over and see the Toiga? Oh, hell yeah, I want to come over and see the Toiga, Paulie. Wait, what? My name's not Paulie. My name's Tony. Toiga's a Toiga. Is that an Ossa cat? I think it is. Oh, so that's a... Yeah, Savannah cat. You're right. I didn't even realize. So I think these are largely taken from Google by the look of it. So we got Ragdoll. Savannah cat. Scottish fold, which we've already done. Sphinx cat, that's already in there. Anyway, we'll do some yo-yo. Norwegian forest cats are fucking cute. They are adorable. Aren't they the... am I thinking of the right one? Are they the... what's his name? Ron Perlman cats? Here's some yo-yo for you. No, there's not. You can't. It's not working. Maine Coons, those are the ones I'm thinking of. Which I don't think you can call them Maine Coons without... Well, somehow you managed to do that without getting banned, Calum. Because that second word is technically... there's another name for them. I don't know what the name for them is. There's another name for them that people use. The second half of that is technically a racial slur, which I think is why they might have changed the breed name. I don't know. No, it's Streamlabs chatbot, and I think no, even then it should be in there. And like Streamlabs chatbot is like maybe Twitch's auto mod takes context, but Streamlabs chatbot is just authoritarian. It was just like, yeah. Well, the thing is, it's a generally a slur towards black people. I'm not quite sure why. I think it might have some association with raccoons or something. I don't know. It's just another slur to compare people of color to an animal. Hello, 51. How you doing? Maine Shag. Harley Ellis. Welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? American Longhair or Maine Shag. Oh, there we go. So those are what they are. Well, there you go. Someone just got banned for doing that. So, you know, well, they proved the point. Soz. That's weird then. If it's... Sorry, I just wanted to see something. I'm just going to go check my band requests. There are band requests. Okay, we could do that as a bit of content if you want. Oops. I am beautiful, thank you. I'm well aware. So the auto mode must take main... No, I think... I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. Why did it do that? Because technically the COON is in sequence, so technically... Maybe it's just the fact that it has the S on the end of it. It considers it a different word, which is weird. I don't know why it does that. Anyway, let's continue with the cat breeds. No, we're not going to do a dog tier list, because all cats are beautiful, and we're doing cats. Okay, whatever this cat is... Also, 51, if you are hanging out there, you typed I love rack space COON. You know what you were doing. The bandstands. Okay, whatever this cat is, pick a tier for him. Cookie Bird. Cats. Was because it pluralized it? Yeah, maybe the plural is not in the chatbot. Ooh, we got an S, an A, a B. No one's going to put a cat in C or D, are they? I don't know what breed this cat is. It looks kind of like the Bengal, but you can tell it is a bit different. Really lucky you didn't even know it was a slur. Yeah, it's a funny story. There is a cheese here in Australia that has that as the brand name, COON. Oh, we got a couple of votes for C and D. Oh, you nefarious fuckers. So far, it's still going to S tier. It's actually so this one might be a Bengal, the other one's a Savannah cat. Yeah, we might actually have Bengal and Savannah on the same tier. What was I gonna say? Yeah, there was a cheese brand that was COON, and they've recently changed it because of the racial association, and now it's gonna be called Chia. Yeah. So it's an S tier cat. I'm assuming that is the Bengal, and this is the Savannah cat. So you're trans, but you don't want to tell your parents. Well, that is unfortunate. Is there a reason that you... Oh, there we go. Guys have got to be like... Guys, like, were you not paying any attention? I'll give you a reprieve. Okay. Just cause. If you do it again, though, I'm not going to remove the ban. Self-awareness is hard, I know. This Portuguese has come from the Portuguese baraka. Slave depot. Oh, okay. So what's this one? This one is... I think this is a British short hair. So, it bans the person. If you type any of those racial slurs, you know the ones. Like, you should know the ones. But there's a whole list of variations on them too that people try to circumvent. I think this is a British. There we go. I think this is a British Shorthair. Oh, I've already put it in there. Sorry. It's not actually in there. Come back down here. British Shorthair. There we go. No, you don't get back on there. Okay, where does the British Shorthair go? We got S's, we got B's. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. British Shorthair. Sab. We got 2 S's. We got 1 D. Is there going to be a single cat that gets into the D tier? Well, I mean, would you consider C-O-O-N to be a normal word? Like, there's lots of slurs that aren't included in a lot of filters. Okay. That's worrying because, like, I feel like this stuff should be in a general universal filter somewhere that you can just automatically import into Streamlabs chatbot or whatever. We got this one might be going into B tier. I am reading out the votes. You can see the poll votes up the top of chat. If you click on the little poll option, you can see the votes. S-A-B. It looks like it's going in B. We got our first B cat, the British Shorthair. It's a poll, yeah. Okay, we've got Siamese. Let's move on to the next kitty. Alright, let's put the Siamese up. They're adorable. I love Siamese. They're also really soft. At least the last time I petted a Siamese, it was really fucking soft. Hey, look, there's my goal again. If you folks want to consider... If you want to consider tipping some bucks to my top surgery, which I plan on getting done eventually. They're also really loud. I like loud cats. You voted for D. Do you not like Siamese cats, Chloe? How you doing? I know everyone's going to try to trash the Sphinx. And I'm going to hate you all for it. Because I love Sphinxes. Sphinxes are gorgeous. Deserve S for having to put up with Disney's existence. We got 3 for D. 4 for S. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? What is this kitten over here? There's 1 kitten among all of these, by the way. There's 1 kitten. Okay, it's going in S. We got an S tier for Siamese. Not a massive fan of cats in general. Well, that's a bit awkward then. Okay, we're doing... Oh, you know what? No, we won't do the Sphinx. What's this one called? Let's have a look at this one. We'll save the Sphinx for very last. So what's this one? Bow tie. Oh yeah, we got bow ties. Oh, that one's cute. Smudge needs that one. Anyway, I'll come back to this. Where are we? Come fight me 1v1. So why have they got a kitten? Unless that's one of those, is that a toy cat maybe? There's toy breeds of cats, aren't there? Yeah, probably. What's this one? What are you? Are you a Maine Coon? I can't tell if you're a Maine Coon. Or a Maine Shag, or whatever they call them. Excuse me. Problem is, like, not all of the breeds of cat are in here. So that's a Munchkin. Do we want to do the Munchkin first? It's just kitten, the breed. As they grow older, they eventually take on traits of other breeds. But all cats start out looking exactly the same as kittens. I think this one's our main. Alright. Let's do the... Alright, there we go. S-A-B-C-D. There we go. Where's the main going in the D tier? S tier. A. We got 1 vote for S, A, and D. And C. Okay, this is an interesting one. What are we going to do if one of the votes ties? A and D are pulling the lead at the moment. Who dares vote D? We'll find out. Well, no, we won't find out.
A little under the table action never went astray.
T.
All hail the titty.
Thank you for hailing the titty. Thank you so kindly for contributing 20 bucks to the boob fund. Revote? Yeah, I suppose we'll do that. We'll revote if we need to. Come on, where's our main going? Where's our main going? It looks like it's already, like, the thing's already trying to decide on D. Yeah, we might have to do a tiebreaker between A and D. Unless somebody else votes. Oh, now we've got S, A, and D. Hello, Rose Pop. How you doing? Okay, we're going to need to do a tiebreaker. How do we do a tiebreaker? Because you could just tie them again. Sad, I know. Alright, let's go again. S, A, and D, attempt number 2. That was sad. The main is sad because you're not voting on one category. $8,008.13 does. Well, it's not the exact actual number. I'm going to send some photos off that I had a friend take for me of the existing titty. And the clinic will get back to me with a proper quote. At which point I will need to update the number probably to something else. Hopefully lower than that. We got 3 for S, 4 for S. Won't let you vote. Why not? It should let you vote. We still got time, folks. Or it looks like it might end up in S. Let's see what we get. Is the main going to go in the S tier? Excuse me. Will the main... Poll hates Aussies. It must be it. Twitch hates Australians. I mean, Twitch streamers get less money from subs. Technically. We get less than 50%. Okay, S tier it goes. Alright. What did we say this little baby one was? Munchkin. Alright, we'll do the Munchkin. Where's the Munchkin gonna go? Let's continue. I think it's a Munchkin. There we go. Yeah, conversion sucks balls. And also I had this thing with my, I had this thing going on with my PayPal where, you know, I had American dollars in there. And I didn't realize you could just convert them to Australian dollars. So I had like $70-something US sitting in there and it kept fluctuating by a couple of cents. My PayPal balance. I'm like, why is it doing that? It's like, oh, I've got US dollars in there. So the conversion rate keeps changing. At any rate, yeah, we did get kind of screwed over as Australian streamers because like it costs like $9 to get a tier 1 sub. I think they are doing local pricing soon, not right away. What are the votes so far? We got 2 for S, 2 for D, 1 for A and 1 for B each. Need some more votes, folks. Why are there so many D votes? Oh no, not another. Oh, it's on S tier. Is the Munchkin going on S tier? It might well be. And it's in the S tier, okay. So, like we've said, all cats are beautiful. Shouldn't vote because they're all S tier. What's this one? I can't tell what this one is. Let me have a look. Some cat haters enter chat. That's a Rex something? No, don't go down there. Let me just see. Cat breed Rex. Devon Rex? It does look like that, yeah. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a Rex. A Devon Rex. God, they're lanky. Look at them. They're beautiful. Yeah, alright. Hello, Astoad. How's it going? Are you joining us for our ACAB stream? Which obviously stands for All Cats Are Beautiful. And not anything else relating to cops being bastards or what have you. Totally not that at all. Where is the Rex going? In the A tier, we got 1 vote. Now we got B tier, cat tier list. So based. Very, very, very based. Alright, we got 3 votes for A so far. B, C, and D have got 1 vote each. Nothing for S. To be fair, I can see why. I will just concede right now. This is a pretty generic looking cat. We will have to admit there are some cats that are just kind of boring. They're all beautiful, but some of them are indeed boring cats. Same with dogs, actually. There are certain dog breeds where I'm like, you're not a very interesting looking dog, are you? Not really fussed with you. You would say this is the opposite of generic. My bed is a day bed, yes. It's just my normal bed, though. It's just all I sleep in. It's very nice to chill out in, though. I should learn to chill out in it more, actually. I've been having a bit of a social media death spiral this past weekend. So I think I need to take some time off social media and, like, read a book. Okay, going in the A tier. There goes the Rex. Okay. This one, I can't remember the name of this one. Hang on. We were looking at this one a minute ago. Cat breeds, not a Persian. A ragdoll. That's it. We're going to do... Oh, yeah, we got our mod view up. Where this person has tried to... we got a few... Anyway. Unban requests. We'll ignore those for now. Looking at swapping down to one from a queen. It is comfy. I don't know where it's from. I actually stole it from my sister. Okay, ragdoll. D S A B C D. Where's the ragdoll going? What tier does the ragdoll belong to? S tier. We got one vote for S tier. Here's our ragdoll. They're adorable. I want a ragdoll. I love them. That's not my cat. No, my cat's a tuxedo. It actually looks almost identical to this one up here. Biased because your kitty is a ragdoll. I want a ragdoll. They're beautiful. But yeah, like I actually did the same thing. I had a queen bed and I swapped down to a single, well, to this day bed, because of the fact that I wanted my room to look like this, as you can see. I wanted the space to do things, and the room was just taken up by the bed. So I wanted to have more room to put things, more room to get around in. Like I do exercises in my room now. Looks like it's going in the S tier. I don't think any of the other tiers are going to overtake this one. Is there even any point? Okay. What about this one? I don't know what this one's called. Let me have a look. Let's have a look at our cat breeds. It's not a Siamese. We've already done a Siamese. Is it a Burman? Is that a Burman? Oh. The white fluffy cat. Which one? That one. I want that one. Is that that's a Burman? Okay. Let's do a Burman. Alrighty, where's the Burman going? It's a cute kitty. Here's a cute kitty. Look at the baby. It's going in the D tier. Who's voting D? There's a bunch of cats in here. I'm not sure what the breeds are. We're getting through them though. They are very similar. Like, you look at them and they are like very, very close. Who dares vote D? I know at least a couple of you are voting D. Looks like S is pulling through though. We got one B vote. So far only one cat has gotten a B. This is S plus. It is, isn't it? Because it's cats. All the cats are S plus, but just consider that this is a new tier list above S plus. Right? Oh. To make everyone mad. Vote every cat bar ragdolls as D tier. I mean, ragdolls are so gorgeous. I need one. Okay, there we go. Another S tier. There we go. Perfect. Norwegian forest cats are so cool. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. I want. I need. Look at you. Aren't you beautiful? Look at that mane. Look at the size of the bastard. Look at it! Oh my god. I am so desperate for one of these. Look at you. We don't even need to vote for the for where the Norwegian forest cat is. That's already off the chart above everything else. Okay, so coming back to our cat breeds. I think this is a Bombay. I'm not sure. Nope, that's not the right one. This looks like a Bombay, I think. I think it is. I'm not certain. Or a Burmese. It might be a Burmese, yeah. Like, the two of them are very similar. Burmese cat. Bombay cat. Do we think it's a Burmese or do we think it's a Bombay? It's very brown, but it has got a lot of... And, like, it seems like Bombays are almost jet black. I think it's a Burmese. We're rating Aussie animals. What color is Burmese's eyes? Like yellowy. They're both yellow. Excuse me. And yes, Lydia, we're doing cat tier lists. We'll just say it's Burmese. Oh, it's just got dropped into D. Let's do it. Oh, hang on. Doesn't matter what it is. I don't know what breed it is. It's whatever this black cat is. There we go. Where does it go? Does it go in S, A, B, C, or D? Vote. Vote on your cat. Drop bears or S tier. Yes, they are. Don't see Smudge in S tier. That is... I mean, that's not Smudge, but it looks like Smudge. It, like, legitimately looks exactly like him. Hello, speak of the devil. Quokkas are S tier. Yes, they are. Cute little animals with a smile on their face all the time. Hello. We got a Smudge. Smudge is here. I didn't even know quokkas existed until like the last couple of years or so. I legitimately had never heard of them. Were they like recently discovered or something? Oh, kangaroos are pretty chill and pretty cruisy, I think, as long as you leave them alone. The fact we can't pinpoint the breed makes you like the cat more, to be honest. The only good thing about Perth, we got quokkas here in New South Wales. Well, in a zoo. There we go. S tier. Another S tier cat. Alright, we've got this one, which has no tail. I don't know what... Would that be an American Shorthair? It's got no tail. A bobtail? Not a bobtail squid. No. Oh, maybe. I mean, I suppose... Yeah, maybe. Could be a bobtail. Yeah, we'll just say it's a bobtail. You must have a room magnet and you specifically asked for a chick magnet. Oh no. There we go. We're starting off the bobtail pole now. Put it somewhere. Trapped quokkas on an island here in Perth. Why'd you trap them there? What'd they ever do to you? They're adorable. All they want to do is learn about the world and understand things. You! Yes, me. It's my stream. How you doing? So they say. Well, I mean, yeah, that's probably it. Either a bobtail or a Manx. Well, we'll just call it a bobtail, whatever. It's either S or D. Which one is it? Save the quockies. And the crockies, too. Save the crockies. Honestly, save most of the Australian animals. It seems like we're going to run out of them if we keep going at the rate we're going. Bought a cat for $2 without her parents' permission at the age of 14. That's awesome. Every cat you've ever owned has been free. Smudge wasn't free, but I adopted him from a shelter. So he was like already 11 months old when I got him. Oh, yeah, you know when your name is being said, don't you? Look at you. S tier. Yet another S tier cat, the bobtail. You're an S tier cat, aren't you? Yes, you is. Come here. Oh, here's an S tier cat for you, folks. Hello. Hello. Hey, baby. See, look, like, I mean, he's not exactly the same as the one in the picture, but... Us. Oh, for goodness sake. Ugh. Anyway, sit still. He kind of looks like the tuxedo in the S tier. So we'll say that one is you. We'll pretend that one is you, okay? Now you've got lip gloss on you. Enjoy. I think I've now got cat hair on me too. Yep. That's cat hair. Cool. That's, yeah, okay. If you don't tell your mates to jump in your uterus for a quick spin to Macca's in your uterus? Is that autocorrect? Was it? I'm assuming that's autocorrect. Fucking Christ. What did I miss something? Oh, I see. I see. Oh my god, that's made me lose my mind. Fucking hell. Okay, okay, back to the cat. Oh, fucking hell. Whatever this ugly thing is. What's this cat? What's this breed? Let's have a look. I know the breed, sort of. This ugly breed of cat. Whatever this fucker is. What's that one? I don't know what that one is. Oh, there we go. It might be an exotic short hair. Looks like an exotic short hair just based on the face shape. Isn't it kind of weird? We've basically made racism, but for cats. We just gave cats racism. Exotic short hair. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna say it's an exotic short hair by the look of it. Cat names are not very creative. They're not. Cat racism is morally neutral. Why is that? There we go. Cat Twitter is gonna be furious. Where does this ugly boy go? What tier does he belong to? D tier. We got 2 for B. 3 for B. Okay. Ragdoll's other master cat. Look at him. Is there cat Twitter? What am I saying? Of course there's cat Twitter. Why would there not be cat Twitter? Let's do it. Poor cat. He's going to go in the B tier. He doesn't get any votes for SRA. Cat racism does not create suffering or social divide between cats, therefore it is neither good nor bad. True. Was born like that. I can't help it. Looks like he's going to the B tier by the look of things. Our second B tier cat tonight. There we go. Okay. Okay, we got our second B tier cat. Now we got this one. Another big fluffy boy. You're looking at all the other cats on the screen and you're being jealous that I'm playing with these cats and not you, aren't you? Hang on. Brawling during their race wars. I can't tell if you've left a hair on my lip or not. Can't see anything. I'm going to assume you didn't. Every so often there's a cat that comes past my house and will start making growling and moaning noises nearby. And he gets interested in it. He's like, what the hell's going on? I can hear other cat sounds. What the fuck? There's another cat? And he doesn't like it. He goes to the window and he starts making weird sounds. He's like, what the fuck? Who's here? Okay, I want to find out what this cat is. I can't think of what this cat is. Smudge gets bacon occasionally. If I'm cooking it. Oh, I've gotten rid of the thing. Trying to find out what this breed is. La Perm. I honestly don't know. Like, I know it looks like a ragdoll. But we've done ragdoll. But it also just kind of looks like another ragdoll. What breed is it? It's not a Norwegian. We've done Burman. It's not an Abyssinian, which are really cool. It's not a Balinese. I don't know. Okay, what we're gonna do is... Ah, for fuck's sake. I still am not used to typing again. Oh my god. Since having the nails off. There we go. I think I'm losing my equilibrium. Not my equilibrium, my hand-eye coordination. Is it S, A, B, C, or D? Another floofy cat. Is it going A? Cat will climb on top of your computer and then headbutt you for pets. That's cute. I lost my reach, but I've also lost my coordination with my typing. Because, like, typing with the nails for the past couple of weeks has been a bit tricky. So, now I'm just like, fuck. So it's S tier. There are way too many cats in S tier. Because all cats belong in the S tier, but some users voted A and B. It looks like this one's going in S tier too, unless the, unless it changes. There's none in C or D yet. It's not too many. Oh, goodness. 7 for S tier for this one. Smudgy cat. Hello. Hello. Yeah, you do a yawn. It goes in S tier. Another floofy cat goes in S tier. Okay, so we got this blue cat, which I think I know the breed of. Hello, Magic. How you going? I think I know the breed of this cat. It's not the British short hair. Is this the Russian blue, or did we... I think we established this was the Russian blue. And we didn't do it before. Yeah, this is the Russian blue. Okay. We're doing a cat thing. There we go. One more after this one. So where's the Russian blue going? S, A, B, C, or D? Pick. It's a very cute cat. It's like Smudge, except Smudge is the more beautifulest of the cats. Aren't you? Yes, you are. Why are you biting me, though? That's not nice. That's not a nice thing that a nice cat would do. A nice cat would just lick and, like, boop your head on me. But instead you're being an asshole. Why are you doing that? That's not nice. Oh, there we go. I found a spot. He likes that. Oh, no. He's changed his mind. Puts his hand up and he goes, no, stop. That's enough. You could stop now. Looks like we got yet another S tier cat here. It's a right-wing Russian. This cat interfered in the 2020 election and the 2016 election. So, just so you're aware. Just so you're clear on that one. There we go. S tier, where it belongs. Alright. Desmond, how you doing? What's going on? Has the Victorian stopped sending us the plague? I'm staying inside. I haven't done anything. Well, I do go for walks, but I'm not the one spreading COVID. Here is the kicker. Ready? This is going to be a controversial one. The Sphinx. Our very last cat. Where does the Sphinx belong? I'm doing good. We're ranking cats. Tier of its own. There is no F tier, sadly. Only goes to D. There's no F tier. Oh, it's a controversial one between D and S. Although it looks like S is pulling ahead. If anyone has any strong opinions about the Sphinx, show them now. Show your Sphinx pride or your Sphinx loathing, I suppose. Oh, it's close. It's close. A tier that exists outside the scale that is neither high nor low. Sphinxter cat. I want one of these. They're cute. It cannot stand among these inferior cats. If it wins, we'll put it at the front. Oh, we can't. It won't let me. Because the tuxedo's there. I guess that means tuxedo is technically the top tier cat. There we go. Unless I move you. Can I move you? Yeah, there we go. Sphinx is at the top of the S tier. The best cat of all the cats. Yes, quite literally a god cat. It has been worshipped in Egypt for millennia or whatever the situation is. I don't know. At any rate, there's our cat tier list. Nothing in C or D. Most of them in S. 2 in A, 2 in B. Are we happy with it? Are we happy with our tier list? Are we happy with our cat tier list? I mean, all cats are beautiful, and A and B stand for amazing and beautiful, and S is stunning. Or something, I don't know. C and D are like... Cat. C for cat. It's just a cat. And D is like dickhead. What do we think of that? Do we like our cat tier list? Do we like our results? I want to get some... You know what? We'll finish this off with one final poll. There we go. One final poll to wrap it all up. Are you happy? Are you cat happy with these rankings? Yes or no? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you think we could have done better? Could we do it again? I don't really want to do it again. It was fun, but I don't want to do it again. Cat is a British short hair. She definitely belongs in S tier. Why aren't they labeled? They should be labeled. I should be able to hover over them and there should be a label. You can also make alignment charts. Excuse me. Where's my cat? There he is. What did I expect? I expect a lot of people to be unhappy. There's mine. There's my one. Look at him. Let's see the community rank. How do we community rank it? Hey, Smudge. Can you pay attention, baby? Or no? Are you done? He's done. He's finished. Saw a button on the side. Let's have a look. Hang on. There we go. Most of you are happy with it. Some of you are not happy with it. You can change the background color. There's presentation mode, which probably would have helped me earlier. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. Oh well, too late. Alignment chart. Share template on Twitter, Facebook, etc. Save download. Change background color. Reset. Next to alignment chart. Oh, view community rank. I think that means like everybody else's community. There we go. So there's everybody else's rankings. God tier, I love you so much. Oh, eek, help please. Those are the original rankings. We changed them. But there we go. Help please. What's wrong with this one? And the Sphinx, of course, doesn't belong there. Last updated on the 15th of July by the look of it. Because there is no 15th month. I mean, if the dates were logical, it would be day, month, year, but Americans are fucking weird. Why do you do that? Why is it month, day, year? That makes no sense. Time is a social construct. Anyway, there we go. There's their ranking. So obviously this fluffy kitty cat and this fluffy kitty cat and this beautiful kitty cat. Why is this fluffy kitty cat not with the other fluffy kitty cats? The Sphinx is the last Jedi of cats? What does that mean? I don't get it. What do you mean? Oh my gosh. Okay, so I want to do one more thing. I want to do one more content. I want to do a content, alright? Let's have a look at our unbanned requests. 51 said, I like raccoons, but look how they spelled it. Can I show you? Can I like, I'll just hide me for a second. They've said, I love rack, C-O-O-N. Deny. I like raccoons. Yeah, that's not what you meant. Fuck off. Lol, no. This one, these were their posts. Sorry, I'm 9. And then there was like a whole bunch of, Abigail is such a sexy name. Damn, a 10-inch dildo. And then they went on and on and on about that shit. They got banned and they said, wow. Deny. Wow is more fun than listening to you speak. Send a no decision. Choosy said, fuck me, daddy. I'm mummy and no. Nobody gets through. Nobody gets an unbanned. Go fuck yourselves. There we go. Also, let me just turn my thing back on. There we go. There we go. There we have it. Only 10 inches. Only a 10-inch dildo. I like when they come in and they say, oh my god, you got a dildo in your room. It's like, what? Do you expect me to look around and be like, oh, there's a dildo over there, but there's not? Like, what were they expecting? What exactly were they going for? What kind of response were they thinking? Like, I keep my room clean and tidy. I don't leave my dildos sitting around. You're not allowed to see my sex toys, thank you very kindly. Not that they ever see any action these days. go directly to the Magadan. What's the Magadan? The Maga den? Is there a den that we're going to put all the Magas in? Can we put all the Magas in a den? Please? Get rid of them? Ew. They're starting to bleed over to other countries and it's disturbing me greatly. Also, depending on when it arrives, this is not really relevant to anything. I've ordered some air duster stuff because I need to clean my PC out. I don't know if I showed you yet. You might hate me for this, I'm sorry, but this bad boy in here is caked in dust. I don't know if you can see, but I need to take that apart and give it a good old dusting because it's bad in there. Could be worse, obviously. My thing could be worse, but you know. Screams and OCD. I haven't had a can of... Oh, wrong one. I haven't had a can of air duster for ages. Do you like my hairy armpits, by the way? Very feminist. I am a feminist, so I'm allowed to joke about that. Yeah, I haven't been able to get access to a can of air duster because A, lockdown, and B, no one has any, seemingly. I've gone to the stores that should have it, and they don't have it. So I've ordered some online, and it'll be here within the week, I think, within a couple of days. And then we can do a PC cleaning stream. I'll set my phone up to be my camera. Is Officeworks not considered essential? I'm not sure. They've changed some of the restrictions. So now I think certain businesses are... Let me see. When was this? This was yesterday. No, 2 days ago. They have changed some of the restrictions. So a swath of new COVID-19 restrictions are being introduced in New South Wales this weekend in a bid to combat a virus outbreak that has lasted longer than a month. Greater Sydney, the Blue Mountains, Central Coast, Wollongong and Shell Harbour have been in a lockdown for 3 weeks while social distancing restrictions have been imposed on all other areas in New South Wales. The government will also be introducing harsher penalties for businesses breaching public health orders. The new restrictions are complicated and apply to the areas already in lockdown, Greater Sydney and its surrounds. They're all due to be lifted at midnight on July 30, but that could still be extended. So until the end of my birth month, we're in lockdown. I think we've been in lockdown the entirety of my birth month. Awesome. Spent my birthday alone drinking alcohol and eating snacks. It was great. It was actually very poggers. Here's everything you need to know about what's changing. Residents in 3 local government areas in Sydney's southwest have been banned from leaving that area for work. Until now, authorities encouraged everyone in Greater Sydney and its surrounds to work from home if they could, but the definition of who was an essential worker was left up to employees and businesses to decide. That's changing from 11:59 p.m. on Saturday. People in the LGAs of Fairfield, Liverpool and Canterbury-Bankstown are not able to leave those areas for work. While the COVID-19 outbreak may have started in Sydney's eastern suburbs, it's now taken hold in those areas and authorities are concerned about the mounting number of cases there. Under the new rules, the only people who will be able to leave those areas for work are essential health and emergency services workers. People who are employed in the aged care and disability sectors are counted as health workers. Even then, people who are exempt and able to leave the suburbs must get COVID-19 tests every 3 days, regardless of whether they have symptoms. Here we go. Major changes to retail. The next changes affect retail businesses in Greater Sydney, blah, 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 blah. From 11:59 p.m. on Saturday, many retail premises will be forced to close, although they are still able to provide a click and collect service. So Kmart's doing this, I think, which was one of the previously essential services that you could keep open. But I've noticed even Kmart has shut its doors and they're now doing click and collect service, as well as takeaway and home delivery. Essentially, unless the retail business is absolutely essential, customers will no longer be able to physically walk in and look at items on shelves. Shops that may still operate, supermarkets and grocery stores, including bottle shops. Why do bottle shops need to be open? Why do bottle shops, like, in what capacity are bottle shops essential? I'm just saying. Butchers, bakeries, and fishmongers. Oh, fishmonger, oh, fishmonger, come quell your daughter's hunger. To pull on my horn as it rises in the morning. Sorry. Stores that predominantly sell health, medical, maternity, and infant supplies, which should include chemists. Yeah, pharmacies and chemists. But the local chemist near me is closed. Banks and financial institutions, hardware stores, agricultural stores, pet supplies, post offices, and news agencies, and office supplies. Under the current guidelines, if you're planning to go to a retail business that is open, you must check in using the Service New South Wales smartphone app and wear a face mask. COVID-19 clusters have emerged at several construction sites and businesses associated with that industry over the past 2 weeks. From 12:01 a.m. on Monday, July 19, all construction in Greater Sydney, Blue Mountains, Central Coast, blah, 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 will be banned. It means major government projects like the Sydney Metro and WestConnex will be stalled. All non-urgent maintenance, including cleaning services and repair work on residential premises, will be paused. However, you're still allowed to get tradies to come to your house to fix emergency issues like a broken hot water system or a hole in your roof. New work from home order. While people in Greater Sydney and its surrounds have been encouraged to work from home, the rules around this are being tightened from 12:01 a.m. on Wednesday, July 21. From then, businesses must allow staff to work from home if they are able to. Failure to do this can result in a fine of up to $10,000. That doesn't even seem that much for businesses. Current restrictions refresher. So remember, Greater Sydney and its surrounds were already subject to a lot of restrictions under the lockdown, which has lasted for 3 weeks. Here's a refresher. You're only allowed to leave home for the following 4 reasons: shopping for food or other essential goods or services, medical care or compassionate needs, including to get a vaccine, exercise outdoors, yay, I can go for neighborhood walks, essential work or education where you cannot work or study from home. And here are some of the finer details. You can only gather outside in groups of 2 or with members of your household, and it must be for exercise. If you're exercising, you can only do so within 10 k's of your home. Carpooling is not allowed unless you're with members of your household. You must wear a face mask when indoors unless you're at home, or when you can't socially distance outdoors. Only one person per household may leave. Only one person per household per day may leave home to shop. So there we go. There is what we know so far of the current restrictions here in New South Wales. If you are from New South Wales or anything of that matter, or if you just wanted to know what's going on with the lockdown here. Did I hear about the economic prediction that there will be a societal collapse in 2040 or something? I wouldn't be shocked. How do they enforce this? They don't really. I mean, I suppose they do, but I haven't really seen anyone specifically going out of their way to enforce it. But I think a lot of people are afraid of what might happen if they don't abide by these restrictions. And I've noticed, significantly less people going to the shopping center. Like, I do go past the shopping center some days on my walk. Of course, I bring a mask and I'm only in there for like a couple of minutes to get whatever essential goods I need. I need hand soap at the moment. I need to go back in there and get hand soap. But otherwise, generally speaking, there's less cars on the roads. Like, the roads are empty. You barely see anyone anywhere. So obviously most people, I haven't seen anyone explicitly breaking the restrictions. I haven't seen anyone having like big gatherings in their front yard or something like that. So I don't know, honestly. I mean, that's only an indication of my area. I don't know if there's other situations in other areas, but as it stands. They've eased them dramatically here, but you expect Delta variant to change that sooner or later. Yeah. This is the problem. I remember reading something a little while back about we may be entering into an age of pandemics, and that's what worries me. Is like we might be looking at how we prepare for an age of pandemics. Like, this is from Horizon Magazine. I don't know what that is. Yeah, give me cookies, whatever. So I did hear something recently, like researchers were saying something to the effect of, yeah, we might have developed a vaccine for the original variant of COVID, but there are other variants that are now popping up in different parts of the world. We've got the Delta variant, which might mean the vaccine will be less effective. We might need a new vaccine, and they do need to criminalize anti-vax cults. They really fucking do. But the problem is, if we bring it back to the Overton window thing, is the moment you start, like, one of the major talking points of the anti-vax movements is that forcing people to get vaccinated and forcing people to wear masks and social distance and all that kind of thing is some kind of form of social control akin to the Nazis, akin to fascism, right? They're putting so many restrictions on us, we don't have our freedoms anymore. But the reality of the situation is these pandemics are actually killing loads more people than any current genocide going on. And obviously, wherever these restrictions are being placed, I mean, obviously there is violence and there is bad shit happening. There's obviously active genocide being committed throughout the world right now. Yes, but this pandemic is killing more people than any of those are at the moment, or have thus far over the past couple of years. Right? I think the pandemic so far has killed more people than... What did they say? Like I forget who I was watching. Pneumatic Meat, welcome to the Rogue Room. Forget who it was I was watching. Maybe it was Pixel, maybe it was Doe, I can't recall. Somebody said that the pandemic now as it stands, has killed more people in the US than people who died in the US during World War II, like inside the United States. Anyway, but yeah, these people would compare a safety measure to literal genocide and oppression and like the loss of freedom in what would be considered to be a free society. And like you've said, Ariana, yeah, just let the dumb cunts die off, ideally. But the problem is, it's not going to kill all of them. It's only going to kill off the weak and the old and the young, the especially vulnerable. And also, if we let the anti-vaxxers go around just carrying this disease, the vulnerable people who can't get the vaccine are going to be much more at risk of catching it, getting sick, dying, etc. So if we just let the anti-vaxxers have their own little cluster of themselves, they're still going to be out and about in public society, which is why the restrictions, like, you can't work if you're not vaccinated, you can't go to this place if you're not vaccinated, it's the same reason you can't let your child go to a daycare without being vaccinated. There could be a vulnerable child at that daycare who can't get their own vaccines, and if they catch chickenpox, it could fucking kill them. If they catch measles, they're dead, they're gone. Some parent's child is going to die if you send an unvaccinated child into a childcare, right? And that's the exact same reason here on a much bigger scale. You could look at daycares as a microcosm of society, right? That's why we have these vaccines. That's why we have this kind of discussion. And the unfortunate reality of the situation is these people who are explicitly anti-vax, who watched Vaccines A Measured Response by H. Bomber Guy, it largely relates to the specifics around Andrew Wakefield, the guy who started the whole vaccines cause autism debacle. And of course, the entire thing, to summarize, none of the evidence that now feeds into the modern anti-vax movement by association. The modern anti-vax movement started with Andrew Wakefield and started with the vaccines cause autism thing and all of that. And now it has escalated to just general vaccine hesitancy. So Andrew Wakefield has created a diabolical issue, and he's a reprehensible person, and unfortunately he's living large. You know, he's made a lot of money off the supporters. He's an absolute grifter and an absolute horrible human being. And yeah, that video is a masterpiece. Go watch it if you have not already. And yeah, I have autism. If vaccines are going to give me more severe autism and I don't have to die, give it, whatever. But yeah, I kind of agree, Katrina, and that's the thing. We're at this point now where they're saying, well, we need vaccine passports. You lose your rights to everything until you get vaccinated. And it's not that hard of a thing. It's so the video is called Vaccines A Measured Response. It's by H. Bomber Guy. He's amazing. He's a really good dude. And it's a tremendous video. And yes, Peanut, vaccines are pretty poggers. They are. Vaccines are poggers. Can one of my mods start a chant? There we go. Thank you, Drake. Vaccines are poggers. Excuse me. We were literally same wavelength. So yeah, what started as a movement trying to infer, and this goes back to the ableism of the anti-vax movement in the first place. The insinuation that autism is this debilitating, horrible thing, and if you give your kids this vaccine, which back then was the the mumps, rubella, measles, MMR, the mumps, measles, rubella vaccine. The insinuation that Andrew Wakefield went with was that it was going to give your children autism, right? And his ambition was only that if you split those vaccines into separate ones, could you avoid giving your child autism, which makes no sense. Like, you go read the paper or go watch H. Bomber Guy's video. It's like 90 minutes long. It's well worth watching. And he outlines everything wrong with that whole scenario. And that has unfortunately bled through to the modern day anti-vax movement, which we've seen escalating over the past 20 or so years, to the point where people are now hesitant to get any vaccine no matter what it is. Even the stuff that is demonstrably, provably working, stuff like the polio vaccine and so forth. You know, need to get your vaccination. And like the flu vaccine. I need to get my flu shot. Oops, sorry. There we go. Thank you, Lydia. Thank you. And by the way, Peanut, welcome to the Rogue Room. I don't know if I said that, but I'll say it again. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Greetings and salutations. Hope you're doing well. Best wishes from this wandering non-binary person. How are you doing, Void Entity? Yeah, the fact that people thought autism was contagious. People still do. People still do think it's somehow contagious, like being in association with an autistic person. In the same way, like this idiot, this fucking absolute smooth brain dipshit. Give me a second to find it really quickly. this whole thing. I don't know if anyone saw this. If you've seen my Twitter, you might have seen this. But I posted a live status, which was this. Just this thing on a Facebook group. I'm actually streaming a game, blah, 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 blah. I jokingly say, oh, I'm trans. Haha, look at me, I'm trans. Because I wanted to be facetious about it, right? But this bloke comments this, liberals everywhere. And I go, I didn't mention anything about liberalism. Well, that's what you are. And liberals become toxic when they don't know where to draw the line. Making assumptions about another person's character is a toxic trait, sweets. Fair, but whatever toxic traits I might have, yours are far worse, just harder to see in this generation we live in. And then he just keeps going. And, like, it starts off pretty bad. He's already insulting me, right? The reason I bring this up is because the people who are deep in the anti-vax movement are experiencing delusion. They are definitely experiencing delusions based outside reality. Whatever they're talking about makes no sense, and they've been fed a bunch of propaganda that turns them against the reality of the situation, that turns them against the actual science of the situation. Anyway, he goes on. You're just assuming I'm an awful person based on a jokey going live post, yet you still want to take the moral high ground. Never said you were an awful person, legitimately just did. Don't have to be a bad person to damage society, again, saying I'm a bad person. It's the ramification of my lifestyle, the sheer fact that I'm trans, apparently. If you have a minute to read, let me paint a bigger picture for you, and this is where it starts to go completely off the rails. For example, you decide to be trans. I don't decide, I am trans. And maybe your part ends there, wrong there, but some guy out there, influenced by you and others like you, says to himself, if it's fine for them to be trans, then it's fine for me to be homosexual. I mean, he was almost on the right track there. If someone sees me, like, this is the thing, me being trans was definitely influenced, like me coming out of my shell, me coming out of the closet, me realizing it's okay for me to finally be who I really am, was definitely influenced by people like Steph Sanyati, Samantha Lux, ContraPoints, not Philosophy Tube because I came out before her, and was definitely influenced by seeing positive trans representation. You know, I saw trans people, I started paying attention to them, and I'm just like, these bitches normal. Holy shit. The fears I'd held my entire life were normal. Oh my god. I'm fine to come out. Which is a good, like, that actually starts as a good point. Someone's influenced by me. If I can crack a few eggs, fucking awesome. Because I feel so much more comfortable in myself nowadays. But then he goes, it's fine for me to be homosexual or even bisexual. Oh no. How dare someone be bisexual? So he ends up having male-to-male sexual relations and catches something nasty like HIV. Straight people can pass on HIV. And by the way, HIV is totally treatable these days. You can live comfortably with HIV. There are medications to make your life very, very fine and dandy, and you won't experience any symptoms. It's not a death sentence anymore. Then this person goes on to have male-to-female relations, and the female being very vulnerable to HIV just because the female gets it, just because she is female gets it too. So what's the result? We have a pandemic on our hands. And all you had to do was unknowingly make someone believe it's fine trans. Well, yeah, maybe if you're in America with no health insurance, true. But still, the point stands. And then he goes on. There's even more, I think. Yeah. For anyone curious, here's more. And I kind of misinterpreted. He said, like, all of a sudden we've got a pandemic on our hands. I think he's inferring there's an HIV pandemic, but that's not what's happening. How much casual sex does he think everyone's having, by the way? Does he just think there are people out there all the time just fucking one person and immediately jumping to the next everywhere all the time? Because that's how a pandemic happens. Like, the reason we have a pandemic right now is because people were going out in public and just breathing near people. So the association he's making here, if we were to use the same kind of concept of that contact, if the only way people were getting HIV, which, I mean, the only way you're getting HIV is from sex, right? Or needles, I think. Unless I've got that wrong, I don't know. But, like, I go out in public, I go and wait to get my coffee, right? I'm in a line with, like, 7 other people. There might be a few other people walking around nearby, you know, in the area. We're all breathing out. Some of us might be coughing or sneezing or whatever. We're near each other. Those particles are just out there. Any one of us could get COVID. There could be 20 people in that area that get COVID. We go out and do the rest of our daily stuff. We could spread COVID further. It's that easy. The comparison here he's making is sex happening between a man and then a man and a woman. To get the same level of infection, I'd need to be fucking someone in that line, then move on to someone else in that line, and then those people would need to immediately go on and fuck other people straight away, and then keep doing that to get even close to the same level of spread as COVID. This man's in another reality. Anyway, it goes on. I just wanted to bring this up because this is just crazy. This is just otherworldly. This is Earth 2 shit. Just as I thought, my point is you need to care beyond what you can see with your own eyes. I do. I'm an activist. I talk about serious world issues all the time. I do see beyond my own eyes. Everything you do affects somebody else. That's how the world wired. I mean, yes, true, but I am not causing HIV. And yeah, I misread here and I said he just blamed a worldwide pandemic on trans people. More likely he fictionalized a pandemic. I misread what he said there. But anyway, calm down, it's just an example. Why'd you need to give me the example? Is what I would ask. Main point is everything starts somewhere. The beginning might seem innocent, but the ramifications could be dire. It's just like these people are creating scenarios that are entirely fictional to come up with reasons to hate queer people. Yeah, I started HIV, confirmed. It was me. I did it. Sorry. Back in like the 70s and 80s when that pandemic took off. Well, not pandemic. Now I'm feeding into his bullshit. The HIV epidemic, maybe? That was me before I was born. Then I say this, why not refocus your energy on climate change, civil rights, animal rights, things that are actually worth worrying about instead of made up scenarios to attack people with. Everything is worth worrying about, not just the obvious things. Queer people existing is not something worth worrying about to this degree. Then he goes on, this is not it at all, you're using wild conspiracy theories based in nonsense to hate queer people, and you have the audacity to comment on my post accusing me of being a toxic person. Take it however you want, but just remember that life is not a fairy tale or a fantasy. Says the man who has wild, nonsensical fantasies about the gays spreading a pandemic because HIV or something, which, by the way, there's a treatment for these days, and you're showing your whole ass by using that in a derogatory manner in 2021. And it keeps going beyond that point. Sadly, I think at some point the moderators of that group must have caught on to the conversation and deleted all his messages. And I think his account got banned. I think the guy's account got banned off Facebook because I opened his profile in an incognito window thinking, maybe he blocked me. Nope, his account's just fucking gone. It's not there anymore. So, which I mean, wild conspiratorial shit aside, I don't think there was anything in there necessarily that says bannable offense. Just none of this makes any sense. Anyways. What was I going to say? Yeah, he continued after that point. Sadly, I don't have screenshots of this. I wanted to get screenshots of this, but I thought, 2 screenshots, people get the idea of how off the chain this guy is, right? Or 2 sets of screenshots, rather. I was going to add more, but I was like, I'll just leave it, and I'll continue a few bits of conversation to see where this goes. He started leaning very heavily into this idea that it was a fight that he had to be a part of. And he started talking about how there's 700 million gay people on the planet. That's like 10% of the population, which is... Anyway. And he was saying a bunch of shit that started leaning very, very heavily into fash territory. It's like, this is a fight I'm never going to give up. We're never going to lose this fight. I was like, what fight? The queers want civil rights. What's the problem? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. The scary gays, oh no. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. I believe queers are the majority, yeah. Yeah, HIV is so fucking low on my list of concerns. It really is. It legitimately is. And like Scoville said, literally dated people who are HIV positive. It was a total non-issue because condoms exist and PrEP exists. Yeah, we have solutions nowadays. It's largely not a concern for anyone. Green energy, that's your... Yeah, I should have mentioned green energy, actually. Need better options. The big bloody paddock fans need to be torn down after 20 years. They basically operate to barely cover the energy cost to construct them. Better options than big... Yeah, we need solar power. We need solar power. There was a post by... I retweeted this. I'm trying to find it. Never understood people who think civil rights are a zero-sum game. So by that, do you mean, like, only some people can have rights kind of thing? That argument, is that what you're saying? I think that's what you mean, right? Not some more news. I want Cody Johnston specifically. Here we go. By the way, Taj, how you doing? Is that why your tummy's been upset? Let me see here. I swear he retweeted something about solar energy. Here we go. This thing on the subject of on the subject of renewable energy. The problem is that solar panels generate lots of electricity in the middle of sunny days, frequently more than what's required, driving down prices, sometimes into negative territory. Sounds good. Sounds like not a problem. Is that not what we want? Like, we literally have... I don't see a world. I don't see a future in which using solar power... We're not going to burn that thing out. At least not in my lifetime or my kids' or grandkids' lifetimes. Someone just knock on my door? But they fucking didn't. I'm not answering that shit. I'm not going to the fucking door. Anyway. Yeah. Like, if those people have the same rights, it'll make my rights less. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that they go for. And it makes no sense. There's not someone knocking at my... I live in a duplex, so there's like another unit. Okay, I'll be back in a second. I don't want to. Anyway. Okay, I'm back. How's it going? What's the news, folks? What's the happenings? Oh, sorry, I turned the music down without turning my mic on. I don't... whatever. Anyway, what's happening? What have I missed? Wait, who would make a fantastic Batman villain as the Penguin? Who would make a... Does Alex Jones... Oh, yeah, Alex Jones, yes. He kind of would, I suppose. What happened with the door? I'm not going to talk about it. Anyway, it was very awkward. I'm going to put my jumper on there. Anyways. Oh. I probably could take a proper break and go pee, actually. I don't know why I didn't think to do that while I was up. Oh, fuck. I just hit myself in the face with the zipper. Yeah. Hello, Smudge. What you doing? That was... Yeah. God. Great. Awesome. Fun. I don't like people knocking on my door. I don't know if you guys know I have trauma associated with that. So... Hello. Come on. Come on. What's up? Come on. What you doing? He's not... Come on. Jump up. What you doing? Come on. Up. Not that one. What you doing? Come on. Can I get a better angle on you? There you go. Oh gosh. There we go. Kitty cat stream. Okay. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? What do we want to do? Kitty cat. Baby cat. I have some stories we could talk about if you want. You want to talk about stories? You want to talk about things? No, I don't have a doorbell. It's just a knock on the door sort of thing. And, yeah. I've had someone come over and abuse the shit out of me at my door. So I don't like answering the door, generally speaking. Unless, like, I know someone's coming. Unless I order food. I don't like people knocking on my door. Taj reminded you. What did Taj remind you of? From what you remember, a lot of people in the world are queer in some form. Most common is bi, which would make sense. But through a lovely bit of social brainwashing, most people repress it. Yeah, I think there's, oh, that's a cute emote. Look at that. That's a very cute emote. I like that one. Why is my cat running around screaming? He's screaming and whinging and meow, meow. What do you want? Where'd he go? He was here a second ago. Yeah, like, I hope the future will be very damn queer as well. Because it used to be, I mean, the past, the future used to be queer. No, society, not society. Hello, Nox, how you doing? But, like, previous cultures throughout the world had much different attitudes towards sexuality and gender, right? Like, a lot of different things occurred through other cultures that were not the British. And that's all been repressed because of British expansion and wanting to maintain a strict Christian. What would be the way to phrase it? Yeah, the history of the world is super gay. Like, you can, and a lot of this stuff is really easy to find. A lot of this stuff is really easy to look at. Wondering what that cat's doing. But yeah, we can learn a lot from history. There's a lot in there that's already queer as folk. But anywho. Sorry, that's fucked with my head. I for a moment there I was like, I want to end the stream now, cause like I don't. Hierarchy of mass population control, yeah, and that's the thing is, a lot of it's usually rooted in the control of women. You know, a lot of that stuff is rooted in the control of women. Like, you look at a lot of, especially Abrahamic texts that talk about. Like some evil woman character that started off, like the reason that women are subjugated and controlled and all that throughout Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, and probably other religions, but I haven't looked too deeply into those. I've mainly looked into the Abrahamic religions. And a lot of the reason for those is there's some mythical early woman figure who releases all the evil upon the world in some capacity. And that comes from Greek mythos as well with Pandora. Because, of course, Abrahamic religions just stole from older mythologies. And then, what was I going to say? Over time, those attitudes have just seeped into social control, social structures, which mean that, you know, women are generally still subjugated today, thanks to those attitudes. A lot of people still look at women as secondary, women as only serving the purpose of being a mother and housewife, I suppose, all of that kind of thing. Stand by the fact that Jesus was gay. He did get nailed by a bunch of... There's a lot to speculate that Jesus was, at the very least, some level of pansexual. But again, different time, I think. So, you know, they probably didn't have the same words for it that we do. But the man got around with 12 different dudes all the time. Are we going to say that was a completely straight experience? Completely just a bunch of guys always hanging out, doing guy stuff, like doing bowling. I don't know. What do guys do? Oh, gosh. Still. Gals being pals. Ah, Sappho and her friend. Jesus, a bromosexual. Oh, gosh. Okay, I think I might take a proper BRB to just decompress for a second, because that stressed me out. Sorry. I'm going to go take a leak, and then I'll come back. Most groups then were mainly dudes. Yeah, like, and that's another thing about the subjugation of women. A lot of the time, women have been separated from each other. Women existed only to be married off, and then they were strictly tied to their husband, and daughters were tied to their mothers, and that kind of thing. And then the daughter would be married off, etc., etc., etc. So women were kept in the household, kind of thing, etc., 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 etc. Okay, give me a be right back, and then a proper be right back this time. I'll take a leak, and we'll come back, and we've got some other stories we can discuss if you want to. We've got some other shit to discuss. I wouldn't mind going back to the Wii Spa situation, because there was another protest that happened just yesterday or the day before. So anyway, enjoy yourselves for a minute. I'm going to run an ad break. Sorry, I cut my mic too early. So be right. Enjoy that. cold. Sorry, I'm back. It's freezing. It's very cold. Are you folks cold? Oh, god damn it. So, for those of you who don't know, I removed my acrylics recently. This nail in particular... Oh, fucking hell, I can't even show you properly. Like, pulled the very tip of the nail off, so it's like... The nail's very, very shallow at the moment. Exposing skin that shouldn't be exposed, and it's stinging like fuckery. Dude, like, I'm not happy, Jan. I've got that sound effect on here, actually. Where is it? Not happy, Jan! Oh, fuck. I don't know what the temperature is in here at the moment, but it's freezing cold. And I'm dying. Anyway. I've got myself some nuts, and for the record, I absolutely hate Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig's a stupid bint. But I have a Peppa Pig bowl with mixed nuts in it. You'll have to forgive me for endorsing that annoying little shit. I'm not trying to, actively. But it's the bowl that I had, so you gotta deal with the circumstances of whatever bowls are presently available. Yeah, I'm freezing my tits off, dude. I've only just got these things in the past few months. I don't want to freeze them off. I want to keep them. And get bigger ones, but the weather is just making them shrivel up and die. It's awful. Can you imagine? Cat, what the I think when it gets really cold, he gets really antsy, so he's trying to warm up. He's doing everything in his power to warm up right now. He's running around. Dude, stop it! What's up with the weather? It's fucking cold. I don't know. How are you, Dis? Welcome in. What's going on? Oh my god. I've got a little heater that I could turn on that would make it nice and warm in here, but it's like really loud. So if I turned that on, you'd hear it. Which is just annoying. And I've got... For the record. Oh, let me put my ring back on. We gotta have our trans power ring. Which, by the way, I forget who it was that tagged me in this, but somebody bought 2 rings off Outer Peace Gear. Type ! Ring in chat. I have no affiliation with them whatsoever. But because they were such a helpful store, I'm going to promo them for free. Because they're so fucking cool. That was you, Egg. There you go, yeah. I got 2 of them. Fucking poggers. Go buy a ring from Outer Peace Gear. They're so cool. Like, I legitimately just love this thing. It looks so good. It looks so nice and clean. Like, you might remember there was a ring I used to wear before I came out. And the reason I bought this one is because I still like this ring, I just don't wear it anymore. I used to wear this ring, which is very similar in design. Like, it's got a bunch of straight lines. Almost looks like a pride flag itself, but I don't know what one it would be. I mentioned eggs cracking, yes. Whose eggs cracked? Given the directionality of most mics, we might not hear the heater? Maybe. Did you tell the news? No, you didn't. Or you might have. What are you? What is that one? Gender fluid. Fucking poggers. Awesome. Congratulations. Actually, I think my microphone isn't that directional, actually. Because he was meowing out there in the living room across the house and you could hear him. So, I think it just picks up whatever it can hear. Anyway. I got my nuts. I got my CC. Gonna chill out and drink my CC and eat my nuts. Try to come down from someone bashing on my door. So... was there a video? There wasn't I don't have a video to watch today. Let me check I wanted to react to a video. Dionysus. What about Dionysus? What about Dionysus? Let me have a look at my watch. The fluid. We love our gender fluid, folks, but that fucking fluid hat, dude. That fucking fluid hat. Jesus Christ. Did I watch this video? I don't. Oh yeah, we did watch this video. The death of free speech in Australia. Yes, we did watch that. We got a Friendly Geordies video. I've already watched Samantha Lux's Wii Spa video. Why the right is afraid to debate the left, which is a David Pakman video, which is just a compilation of right and left wing talking heads going at each other and the right wing getting destroyed. What everything gets wrong about. I'm just going through my watch list and removing any extra stuff that I've already seen. I do want to watch this particular story, this particular video, but it's an hour and 14 minutes long. I'm just getting rid of things. The Aesthetic of Evil, we watched that on stream together. Your uni is fucking you over. Classic look tutorial, I don't know who that is. Manufactured Discontent in Fortnite, did we? Did we watch that one? I think we did. There's a bunch of videos left here in my watch later list that I feel like they should get, some of these should disappear after you've already watched them. I don't know. Don't remember, it sounds cool though. Want to watch H Bomber Guy's videos, they're so long. I was going to watch it, I can't even remember what it was now. Oh well. Go on now. Weaponizing self-affirmation. We are working too hard. That was Mia Mulder. There we go. I'm looking at my... I thought I had some videos saved in my watch later list that I was going to play on stream that we could react to. But you can supply a video. What have you got? I do need to look at the water theft video. I haven't watched it yet. Because it's an hour-long video. And deals with how all cats are beautiful. There was a story I wanted to talk about that relates to all cats are beautiful, which we could talk about, we could discuss. A Utah police officer killed a man inside the police department. It was his third shooting. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's do an ACAB stream. All right, let's continue. Probably just shy of 2 hours until I end stream. The last words Michael Chad Brainhold heard were, "You're about to die, my friend." Then a West Valley City police sergeant pulled the trigger. Brainhold's mother, Susan Neese, has seen the final moments of her 31-year-old son's life. I don't know if we can show it, if there's actually, yeah, don't show the video, maybe we won't. The body cam footage from August 23rd, 2019 shows he was intoxicated at the police department. With his hands cuffed behind his back, he briefly wrestled with two officers. One screamed that Breenholt was grabbing his holstered gun. Sergeant Tyler Longman rushed into the room, made his declaration, and fired. He took the time to think about that, to say those words, Neese said in a recent interview, and then aim and shoot and kill Chad. Yeah, we're not going to watch the video. Watching the video was heartbreaking for Breenholt's family members. That shock deepened when their attorney said this wasn't the first time Longman had shot and killed someone while on duty. It was his third. Imagine if every dumb cunt in Australia could own a gun. Oh, it'd be bad. It'd be fucking bad. There's a reason we got rid of them in 1994? 93? When was it? When was the shooting? Chad would still be here if something had something happened to that officer, his brother Chase Breenholt said. If he could have been put on some other duty or let go, or if there was something put in place after taking the first person's life, definitely after taking a second person's life, why is he still carrying a gun? Yeah, if anybody actually wants to see it, you can watch that on your own time, but I don't want to show anything. There is one thing that's probably a little bit traumatizing I want to show tonight. I don't really want to show it, but it is relevant. Maybe we could skip watching the actual video in question, and just like talk about the issue that's going on in the same way we're doing this. Nearly 2 years after Breenholt died, his family is left with many questions, including will Longman face charges for the shooting? I mean, he should. If he's killed 3 people. Like, just reading this, just hearing this. The last words he heard were, "You're about to die, my friend." That's an execution. Why did he feel the need to be judge, jury, and executioner there? This is not a man who should be policing at all. As he does with all police shootings. So hang on, Salt Lake County District Attorney Sim Gill will make the decision, as he does with all police shootings in his jurisdiction. It's unclear when that will happen or why the legal review has taken so long. There is only one older police shooting case that's still pending. Longman is one of 38 Utah officers who have been in more than one shooting in the past 16 years, according to a Salt Lake Tribune database. Expanded with help from Frontline. He is among 6 West Valley City police officers, both current and former, who have fired more than once. They should never fire at all. Yeah, a lot of cops want to be Judge Dredd or Frank Castle. It's ridiculous. It's why I don't trust police. So hang on, what have I missed? Non-binary people were to say form a vast hive mind empire and rule over the galaxy. How many problems could be fixed super quick? Asking for a friend. That friend is also me, at least 4. So West Valley City's Incident Review Committee determined Longman didn't violate policy and he's back on duty after being on administrative leave, which is standard protocol after a police shooting. His actions are also defended by Utah's Fraternal Order of Police. West Valley City Police declined to answer questions about the shooting because it is still pending with the district attorney's office. Longman's attorney also declined to comment. Prosecutors ruled that his actions were legally justified in his first 2 shootings. Previously, the public has only seen a sliver of what happened to Breenholt, a 9-minute edited video created by the police department's public relations team. That should never happen. They should be required to release raw footage of anything they have. Salt Lake Tribune saw the unedited video during a 6-month record dispute. West Valley City didn't want to release it while Gill's investigation was pending, but Utah State Records Committee sided with the Tribune and required the police to provide the more expansive view of this highly unusual shooting of a handcuffed man inside a police station. Yeah, handcuffed. At the request of the Tribune, Randy Shrewsbury, the executive director of the Institute for Criminal Justice Training Reform, watched the full footage of what happened that August morning. His conclusion: I saw nothing at all for which I believe that this was a necessary shooting. Then there's another story. Oh yes, it's talking about addiction, but yeah, like, we don't need to go any further, I don't think. Okay, like, a struggle with addiction is no reason to have someone handcuffed and then executed. That dude should not be allowed to carry a gun, should not be allowed to be a police officer. God. That's mentally draining, isn't it? What do you even... how do you even respond? How do you respond to that? You were fucking fuming when you watched the George Floyd video that no one stepped in to stop a murder as fuck. Yeah, exactly. And like, what would have happened if somebody did? What would have happened if somebody stepped forward to stop the police doing that? What would happen? This is like the thing. This is the same thing as mass shootings. You know, some people in the US particularly have this attitude of, oh, what about a good guy with a gun? That's why we need our Second Amendment rights in the case of shootings. What about the good guy with a gun who will rush in and save the day? Never happens. In the case of George Floyd, who was being literally executed on the street, never happens. There's never a good guy with a gun. There's no superheroes. I'm sorry to break it to you, but there are no superheroes. They're just not there. Or if they do exist, they're fighting fires and saving lives in hospitals. The superheroes are not on the streets. The superheroes are not in places where police executions and mass shootings are happening. The good guys are not there. That's why there's this fantasy about it. That's why we have that escapism of watching Spider-Man go and fight the bad guys, go and stop the bad guys before something catastrophic happens. But the reality of the situation is there are a lot of bad cops, and they're doing things like exactly what happened to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and this fellow Breenholt, I don't know. And it's happening commonly. And this is why ACAB is a thing. This is why all cops are bastards is a thing. Because they are part of a system that contributes to systematized, oppressive violence. Both real violence, obviously, and what's the term I'm looking for? Not hypothetical violence. There's another term. Like, there's another term. Something violence. Symbolic violence? Not emotional. Symbolic violence, I think it is. Which is like where certain communities are oppressed by those institutions without even needing to have an actual physically violent encounter happening. It's a whole thing. Anyway. You're a big bloke, you do your best not to be a bystander when people are being shit-gibbons. It's a... yeah. I wouldn't. That's the things, like, what are we going to do? If something awful is happening, a lot of people are scared. Police chief hails good guy with a gun after officer kills him in tragic mistaken identity. I read about this recently. I only saw like a tweet about it, but anyway. Police say the man who shot the gunman...
My name is Link.
Shut up. Prevented a larger loss of life. So, story at a glance. Police are calling a man a hero for shooting a gunman. The man was then shot by police who mistook him for the gunman. The man's family is opening a third-party investigation. So is this video related?
Straight. I'm the Chief of Police for the Arvada Police Department. I want to share some of the facts as they relate to the terrible tragedy on Monday, June 21st in our community. Being respectful of the ongoing investigation, I feel transparency with our community is critically important. We lost 2 heroes on June 21st, and we need to respect their memories and their loved ones. Officer Beasley was responding to a call in the area of Old Town Arvada, and within seconds, he was brutally ambushed and murdered by someone who expressed hatred for police officers. The threat to our officers and our community was stopped by a hero named Johnny Hurley. Johnny's actions can only be described as decisive, courageous, and effective in stopping further loss of life. What happened next is equally tragic. A responding Arvada officer encountered Mr. Hurley, who was holding a rifle, and our officer shot him. Our police department and community's view of Mr. Hurley and his actions are heroic.
That's the problem, right? The actions are heroic. Who we murdered. Yeah, our guys killed him, but we think he was heroic in stopping, in the moment. But again, that's why I said there's no superheroes. There's no good guy with the gun who is routinely in this situation, putting themselves in harm's way to save other people and coming out of it with a couple of scratches and bruises and going on to save the day again. Like, Daredevil's not real. The Punisher's not real. Spider-Man and all of those other people, they're not real. And the reason I'm making this analogy is because a lot of people have this idea that, there's probably people out there in real life who are doing everything they can to save other people's lives, but let's be honest, unless they're getting paid for it, no, they're not. A lot of people just want to focus on themselves. A lot of people just want to focus on whatever it is that gets them through their day. And they don't want to take that responsibility upon themselves to protect others' lives. Which, how can we expect that in the first place? You gotta get some sleep, Scoville. Have a good one. Thanks for coming for being here. When you did your first aid training, they had a section on having to physically point someone out and tell them. Yeah, I've heard this before. Tell them to call 000, help with CPR, because most people just stand around. Exactly. So you need to isolate a person, look them in the eyes and say, you need to call emergency services now. Like, you can't just scream out, somebody call the police, somebody call an ambulance. You need to point someone out and make them responsible to do it. Because in the moment, they're going to feel the pressure. It's like all the eyes are on them. It's like, well, I better do it then. You got to make it an active thing that someone feels compelled to help with. So yeah, that's that whole scenario. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. Sorry. Anyway. Diffused responsibility. Yeah, that's the thing. So this was a thing that I saw today. There are finer details about this. There's a Vox article. There's a couple of Guardian articles about this thing. And there's Independent, and there's also another tweet. Let's have a look at the tweets. So, we're not going to show the video. If you want to watch the video, you can. It's not really that intense. But to put it in perspective, I think it's this guy here with the gun. He is just outside of arm's length of a woman on the sidewalk. The camera pans over, and he fires at her in the gut with a less than lethal weapon, which, by the way, that's a myth, right? So I'm not going to show the video. If you want to watch the video, there's the tweet. This guy, I think, outlines this. Or maybe somebody else did. I don't know. But effectively, less than lethal is a lie, because less than lethal weapons have killed people. If they get hit in the head or the heart, it can stop their heart. It can severely damaged their brain. People have lost eyes. People have lost organs. Like, people have lost their life, of course. And they're not actually rubber bullets. They're a steel bullet in a polymer or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is. But people have this idea in their head that it's like this, you know, soft thing that's just meant to incapacitate you or whatever. And they're not supposed to be fired anywhere in the torso or the head. They're meant to be fired for the limbs, right? Which, regardless, that's not the point that I'm trying to make. I got a lot of flack for the article I did about armed LGBTQIA people, but I'd like everyone who objected to honestly ask how they expect those people to call the police if the police behave like this towards people at an anti-bigotry demonstration. I get that many of us on here feel safe interacting with cops, but that's a privilege that we should be aware of when we talk about other ways people who don't feel safe interacting with cops defend themselves. Also, civilians would go to jail for this. They have a much larger disincentive for reckless firearm use. I'm not trying to win arguments on the internet. I really want everyone to feel safe, but that means we all have to see the world as other people see it. And for the record, in the video, if you watch it, of course, but if you don't, I'll describe it to you. The woman on the sidewalk, who again is only like maybe 2 arms lengths away from the end of the gun, which is way too close, and yeah, they're meant to be fired at a distance. So these are fired at high speed, not as high speed as an actual lead bullet from a regular firearm, I don't think. But he's firing from maybe 10, 12 feet away. They're meant to be fired from like more than 50 or 100 feet away, I think. But that's not the point. Let's not justify weapon use here. So he's fired that close to her. All she's doing is, I'm not quite sure what she's shouting, but I think somebody in the comments of this video or whatever said that she was shouting, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." And they're just counter-protesters. So these police are protecting anti-trans protesters at the Wii Spa. So the second time there was a demonstration at the Wii Spa about the trans woman thing. And these police are there holding back anti-bigotry demonstrators. So people who are people who are pro-civil rights, people who are pro-protecting trans people, protecting, broader civil rights. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of people over the other side being protected by the police. And the police are armed and weaponized against the civil rights counter-protesters. The pro-trans rights protesters. Yeah. The Young Turks and others have said that even if some good guy with a gun showed up, they're likely to get gunned down by the cops. Even if it's a good cop who isn't trigger happy, they don't know that is the good guy, they just see a guy with a gun. And yeah, exactly. It's been proven. We've got evidence that it happens now. Have I seen this one? Not as bad as the one you sent, person just holding a trans flag? Yes, I've seen this. We'll show this one because it's not that bad. But people want to say this wasn't a demonstration about trans rights. Here's LAPDHQ. After defending transphobes, so defending Proud Boys, by the way. They align with the Proud Boys, they align with fascists. That should tell you all you need to know about transphobes. Destroying a trans flag. Now, to be fair, the flag... But...
Hit my guy with a phone. You fucking piece of shit. You're fucking disgusting. Fucking motherfucker.
I don't know where the flag went. I think someone picked the flag up off the floor or what have you, off the ground. But yeah, like nobody's hurting anybody with that flagpole. But they'll justify it by saying, "Oh, you're carrying a weapon." But no, they were waving a flag around. And they have every right to wave a flag around. Whatever happened to a nice fun water cannon? Chuck some soap in. Do they still use those? I don't know if they still use those. They're not as much protecting anti-trans protesters as they are attacking pro-trans protesters for the bigots, exactly. Yeah, I heard about this story of someone getting prison time for stomping on a pro-police sign. I remember that. I didn't read about it specifically, but I do recall hearing of it. Have you got a link to that? That'd be good. Anyway, continuing on, there is a Guardian article here that we can look at. There's a few articles. There's a Vox article, which is from last year, why police often single out trans people for violence, and police fire rubber bullets after anti-trans protests at Los Angeles spa turned violent. Anyway, let's take a look at this one. Okay, so you need to register. Oh, fuck off. I'll do it later. Fuck off. So last week, you might remember, I need to clarify something right now. And I might do this as another video for this week. We'll see how we go. I'll do the little recording thing. But last week I suggested that there might not have actually been a transgender woman at the Wii Spa. And that the woman who was recording the video and harassing the staff about seeing a man with a penis in the women's spa area, she might have staged the whole thing just to generate outrage, which I still believe she may have done. But I also do think there may have been a transgender person at the spa now, because a couple of reasons. It seems like there has been some evidence to suggest, some minor amount of evidence to suggest there may have been an actual person there. And somebody came to me, I'm not going to specify who, but somebody did send me a message, and I'm not going to say that this verifies there was a trans person there at all. But somebody DM'd me on Facebook on my Abigail Beck stream account saying that they were the trans person and that they do exist and they are real and they are definitely transgender, but because they were nude in the nude spa area, because that's what Korean spas are about. They're about being nude in that area. You literally are not allowed to wear clothes. And, you know, she was naked, hasn't had the surgery. This woman who has, the woman who posted the original video that sparked the whole outrage in the first place, she specifically went to a queer-friendly spa, which is the Wii Spa, and she started complaining about a man with a penis. And so she was saying stuff to the staff like, transgender isn't real, that's not real, this is a man with a penis in the women's area, yada 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 yada. And her account on Instagram has a history of posting very, very explicitly kind of evangelical Christian bullshit. So she's very clearly a queerphobic person off the bat, right? I'm gonna generalize here a bit, but if somebody is that entrenched in making their religion a part of their identity, they are very more than likely already intensely queerphobic in all respects. So to that end, and she was posting a ton of memes about Christ and all these things for ages and ages leading up to it, and then this thing goes viral, and there are protests, there are counter-protests, there's violence. So yeah, it seems like there may well have been an actual trans person at the spa. They want to hide their identity, of course. If they are reaching out to people to talk about this thing, to let people know, yes, I exist, I'm going to say they may have contacted me. I can't verify. They didn't give me any further details other than that they were there, and they did hint about this protest happening. They knew this was going to happen. They were keeping an eye on the situation. They were aware of it. And they did illustrate to me that they are scared. Of course they're scared. Why wouldn't they be? And much like the tweet that I read out the other day, hi Amanda, we're talking about the Wii Spa incident and the second protest that's happened there recently. The tweet that stands out to me in the back of my head is, I don't want to become discourse. And that I completely understand that viewpoint. This person, this transgender person at the spa, has now become discourse, has now become the focal character, the monster of the week with regards to anti-trans demonstrations. And that's what I'm worried about. That's what a lot of other people are worried about. A lot of trans people are worried about, because at the moment we are at the front and center of queer discussions around broader queer rights. Now, I want to keep my fingers crossed that society is generally moving in a progressive direction, and people who are this hateful are acting out of fear that eventually their viewpoints are going to fizzle out and no one's going to find it acceptable to hate trans people anymore, and they'll just have to hide those views, and fucking good. I hope they do. I hope they get scared. I hope that they are a rapidly dwindling minority of opinion. But in the meantime, it's quite clear that acts of violence against trans people are going to increase, whether symbolic violence or actual violence. And that's what scares me, and that's what scares a lot of other transgender people, is that we might be facing an increased precedent of violent actions. And that's why I had the speculation that that woman made up a trans woman to generate outrage, because they are at that point where they simply cannot accept trans people existing, that they have to make up some kind of sexual predator narrative to demonize us, which is one of the oldest tricks in the book. Anyway, that's what I just wanted to clarify that. If anyone is watching this on YouTube, this will be up on YouTube later as like a sequel to the past WeSpa video. And yeah, we'll leave that at that. Anyway, the woman arrested for destroying the sign and smirking at police. Whole toilet crime thing was made up. Yeah, exactly. Like the narrative around trans predators is made up. Same thing with like the trap thing. We go back to the trap thing. Maria, how you going? And Anita, how you going? Anita dick in me. I'm sorry. I'm a child. That's funny. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this video. So, okay, yeah, we'll watch this. We'll watch this. So,
Lauren Gibson's a young 19-year-old woman. She's going through Utah. She lives in California. And the car that she's in gets pulled over. She's not driving. It was for speeding, but it was not a big deal. They didn't even get a ticket. But apparently they didn't like the way the cop was aggressive and treated them. So Lauren decided that she was going to stick up for her friend, the driver who had gotten pulled over.
For those of you who are wondering what that whole title there says, oops, wrong one. It says 19-year-old charged with hate crime for defacing a police sign. Hate crime, for the record. Hate this bloke's voice. I don't like it much myself, but I mean, he has some good points.
Over, and she did something that the police are calling something really bad, and arrested her and charged her with very serious crimes. So I'm going to tell you what they charged her with, and then I'm going to tell you what she actually did. And this story is amazing. Be careful in the state of Utah, because you might get arrested for even looking at police the wrong way. So they charged her with disorderly conduct and criminal mischief with a hate crime enhancement. Wow, what did she do? And they explained this as a misdemeanor committed with, quote, the intent to intimidate or terrorize another person. Now you're beginning to get the sense this story already doesn't make sense. It's a misdemeanor to terrorize someone? Is this a real crime? Is it a serious crime? I mean, it sounds like it's super serious, but it's a misdemeanor. Fascinating. How does she terrorize and intimidate people and commit a hate crime? Well, let's find out.
So TYT has major cash. They do. They have at least 4 Twitch subscribers according to the ticker at the bottom there. Nails on a chalkboard. Yeah, invest in better sound gear. I mean, their sound gear, it doesn't sound too bad, but I don't know. I don't have production value level money. Also, predators don't need the ability to use bathrooms of the opposite gender to attack. Men attack little boys in the men's room. Shouldn't we just shut down all bathrooms? Again, there should just be private restrooms, all like individual private stalls everywhere. Anyway.
So I'm quoting BuzzFeed here. Garfield County Sheriff's Deputy Cree Carter wrote in a probable cause affidavit that he saw Gibson, quote, stomping on a "Back the Blue" sign next to where the traffic stop was conducted, crumble it up in a destructive manner, and throw it into a trash can, all while smirking in an intimidating manner towards me.
Jesus.
Oh my God, this is a real story. He arrested her for smirking at him in an intimidating manner. He said that she crumpled up the sign in a destructive way. Well, how else would you crumple up a sign? Is there a non-destructive way of doing it? Okay.
You fold it gently and then delicately place it in the bin while looking at the cop like, just like flirtatiously. Oh, damn it, there's 2 of me. Hello. Stop. Anyway.
But wait, it's just every part of this story is insane and gets worse and worse. She's really arrested. She faces jail time. Hold on. Carter also wrote that allegations were being treated as a hate crime because of, quote, the demeanor displayed by Gibson in attempts to intimidate law enforcement while destroying a pro-law enforcement sign.
Do these police officers realize what a hate crime is?
A hate crime. But get a load of this. In Utah, they actually passed a law in 2019 saying it's a hate crime if you do a crime with intent to discriminate against different races, ethnicities, religions, but also police officers. Well, wait a minute. That's not a protected class. That just gives
Signed cop at birth.
license to cops to arrest you if you smirk at them the wrong way, and now they're actually doing it. I've got more details, and then we're going to bring in everybody to talk about it.
Didn't realize cops were a historically oppressed, protected class. Another angry white man on the telly. He's brown. Hate swans, is that a crime? Swans are a protected class.
The sheriff's office alleged that Gibson used a stolen Back the Blue sign and showed, quote, extremely aggressive and violent behavior towards the officer in a very busy parking lot.
Yeah, Cenk Uygur is Turkish, yeah, because the channel's the Young Turks, yeah.
Now, of course, if she...
See down the bottom, Twitch subs, they got at least 4. They got at least 4 Twitch subs. You know they're loaded. You know they're loaded. Actually, he made a point about his race recently. I forget what he was talking about, but somebody was accusing him of being racist towards brown people, and he was like, I'm literally brown. Why would I be, like... Swans are, in fact, a protected class due to being property of the Queen. Yeah, it was the Jimmy Dore thing. It was the Jimmy Dore thing.
Shown violent behavior in an empty parking lot, that would be different. I mean, look at the absurdities that they're putting in here. Now, remember, it was a very busy parking lot, okay?
Yeah, Jimmy claimed Cenk was in favor of bombing brown people. The term the Young Turks are also some political movement. I think so. I'm not sure what the definition, aside from just the Young Turks, just Turks. But I mean, isn't, am I thinking correctly, aren't System of a Down Turkish? Is there something there? I don't know. Or if I got that wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't recall. Where are they from? They're from somewhere specific. And a lot of the songs that they, a lot of the songs, like, am I thinking of System of a Down? System of a Down. Yeah, System of a Down. Serj Tankian. Armenian, that's it, Armenian. And all their songs are heavily politically charged, based around things that have happened in Turkey. In the same way that, like, Rage Against the Machine does heavily political, what's it called? Heavily political music about America, obviously. Master Duck, the Young Turks did the Armenian genocide. Okay, so why did they choose that name, I wonder? Oh, okay, so the victims of the Young Turks genocide were the Armenians, okay. Is that correct? Was a political reform movement in the early 20th century that favored the replacement of the Ottoman Empire's absolute monarchy with constitutional government. I see. So I know a few of the details, I just got to piece them together.
Hey,
We're loading.
Oh my God. Well, she crumpled up the sign and then the menacing smirk. So I understand all that, but did she actually commit violence against the police officer? Because that would change the entire story. However, in court documents, the deputy did not describe any violent behavior by Gibson and did not provide evidence of the sign being stolen.
Hang on, the controversy over the Young Turks media group's name is one that's been going on for like 2 decades now. I see. I mean, judging just based on the thing that Maria has said. Replacement of the Ottoman Empire's absolute monarchy with a constitutional government sounds like a bit of a monarchy, very right-wing, constitutional government, very left-wing, well, arguably. Something that favors more of a democratic solution rather than a totalitarian solution. I can kind of see if that was a bit of an edgy thing that they could have started out with, gained a bit of notoriety on that name, and now, I mean, I didn't even know this existed. I had no idea this was even a thing, right? So now the Young Turks in my mind is Cenk Uygur and I went to say Anita Sarkeesian. That's not but like I'm just spitballing here. You know, I guess they could have taken that name as sort of a bit of an edgy thing to start out with to create that branding. And now that Anna Kasparian, that's it. And now they've got that branding. Now they're known as being the Young Turks. That was the reason they chose TYT. Also, at the time, Cenk didn't believe in the Armenian genocide. I see. So now, like, you know, I guess they're kind of stuck in their situations, like they can't really change the name because that's what they're known as.
Okay, there's actually more, but I want to bring in Brett and Jackson here because, man, this is the United States of America. And if you smirk or smile at an officer in Utah, apparently you can be arrested for that, charged with terrorizing him, and charged with a hate crime against him.
Okay.
Jackson, what in the world is going on here?
I just think it's amazing how, the right wing, how it prides itself on strength, how much masculine energy is lacking from this situation here. You know, the lack of confidence, the lack of security, the lack of anything that could be considered manly and strong and tough. I mean, but, on a more serious note, who cares? And yet she's facing, legal problems just because these people were embarrassed or because they felt like they should be treated in a different type of way or respected in a different type of way. But ultimately, this is a kid and these are adults, and who cares? You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Like, you don't have better things to worry about? Apparently they don't. But again, these types of people have both the power to get you in trouble with the law and to kill you and get away with it in most cases. So it's really not that funny.
Exactly. Yeet that toxic masculinity. And yes, agreed. Leave all the Anita Sarkeesian hate back in 2014. We don't need it anymore. Gamergate's done. We looked at the Gamergate thing. It's the past, and it had a contributing factor in Trump getting elected and leading us down a deeply, darkly fascist path, not just in America, but across the world. Anyway, so I'm very anti-GG, I suppose. Does that make sense? Am I right? So the Gamergate ones were the guys who were like, oh, ethics in games journalism and all that bullshit. When it was really about harassing women on the internet. I'm right? Okay, good.
Yeah.
End of the day.
No, that's right. So this,
and I'm glad I now have that context to actually refer back to that. Yeah, anti-Gamergate is the way to be.
story is in some ways like so absurd you can't help but laugh at it, but it's also incredibly serious that we're arresting people for this in America now. Brett, before we get to you, I want to back up the point that...
I'm sorry, I just have to pause for a second. Just like, dude, my hair is so fucking long. Like, bro. I look good lately. Anyway. There was a guy who did some really good videos explaining the Gamergate phenomenon. That might be worth looking into. I'd like to have a bit more of a solid foundation for it. Looking on point. Thank you. Chompopotamus, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? Maybe change it to the Young Trailblazers? They could. They could. And I mean, Cenk being the face of the Young Turks. He's not exactly a spring chicken. Just didn't like how she misrepresented games she clearly hadn't played. Well, I mean, yes, that's a thing. However, the movement was clearly a misogynist movement that was using that kind of attitude as a foundation for their misogynistic attitudes to try and defame women and portray women in a negative light, especially in the games industry, because of the actions of a couple that they saw as evil, that they saw as bad, that they saw as ethically reprehensible, or whatever justifications they came to. It was ultimately all about just mistreating women at the end of the day. It was just a chauvinistic movement. Just didn't like how she, that's a marketed agent. Yeah, exactly. It was pretty young when they started on free access TV.
Jackson's saying with a couple more quotes. So first of all, by the way, hashtag free Lauren. I mean, whatever social media you got. I mean, you know Lauren, right? You know 19-year-olds who are mad at somebody and they rip up a sign. I mean,
that's literally me at the moment. I'm very much in my ACAB revolutionary teenager arc, but I'm 31. I'm 32. Oh my God, I'm 32. I just turned 32 8 days ago. Because I'm going through a second puberty, I think I'm reliving a whole bunch of like young rebellious teenager things. I want to fuck society. I want to change the world. And now I'm like, it's because of the second puberty thing. I'm passionate about shit, and I can't handle it. I was gonna stream on Sunday last week, but which was my birthday, but I was fucking tired. I should have done it. I should have done a birthday stream. It would have been fun, but I was fucking tired. I had the kids for like 5 days at that point, I think, which is longer than I usually have them. I was totally drained of all my energy, so I was just like, no, I can't. So I just hung out. I had some cake, I had some lollies, I had some drinks, and I just chilled out here and watched some YouTube videos and played some games. I think I played some games. You turned 33 in 5 days, Draco. Happy birthday in advance. And thank you, everybody, for the belated happy birthdays. You watched all of Anita's videos. You're welcome, by the way, for the belch. They're great and really useful for people beginning to look into serious game criticism. Change your mind. Like, I haven't watched her videos, but all I can understand is that she crowdfunded a YouTube video series that focused very heavily on critiquing video games from the perspective of feminism. You know, the feminist critique of video games. Now, I haven't seen them. I may watch them at some point. We could check out one of them if she's still doing videos these days. I don't know what Anita Sarkeesian is up to these days. The idea doesn't sound bad. The idea doesn't sound awful, objectively speaking. But again, I haven't seen the actual content. Still makes videos and streams on Twitch. I mean, we could check out what Anita's up to these days. Because I do like the idea of looking at the media we consume, and I'm a gamer, so I play video games. And there are still a lot of very misogynistic things portrayed in video games. All the time, you know. Perhaps a little bit more subtle these days compared to back when Anita was the shit, you know. Because I remember back just 10 years ago, there were a lot of representations of women back in like the late PS3, early PS4 era, and like, well, throughout the PS3 era and before that, and like, it's not that long ago to think about it, that games portrayed women in an unnecessarily sexualized light. Just based on their clothing, based on their portrayal, based on how they behaved, how they spoke. They're all an hour long. Fucking video essayists. Why did I decide to go down this path? Ryan, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? It's just that GG people use the mere fact that she made the videos as a reason to attack her. People ignore the context and subtext. Imagine wanting to defend Hitman and not a legit feminist perspective. Do you have a series on exploring development of games critique through the past decade from an anthropological view, if you're interested? That sounds neat. And they're not an hour long. There you go. Guess who started HRT? Congratulations, Commie. Fucking hog. Very nice. Very nice. All right. Let's continue. Let's go on with this.
It's the most benign thing that you've ever seen. I don't think she did anything wrong at all, right? And so...
Actually, that's a pertinent point that he's made there. It definitely seems as though the police, at least in the US, and I worry in Australia as well, have been given seemingly a green light to overlook people's... what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like, overlook people's civil protections against the law. So now the cops are just acting out, doing whatever they want, it seems like.
We got to get her out of this. This is insane. But to Jackson's point...
Phage started 3 days ago. Oh my goodness, another one. Fuck yes. That's what we like to hear. Anyway, sorry.
The cop said here, she destroyed...
Well, yeah, they always have. I guess we're just exposed to it more these days because we're all perpetually online. And people are, you know, tracking this shit with smartphones every single day. It's getting worse. Well, no, it's not getting worse. We're seeing more of it. Which could hopefully skew people's opinions in favor of defund and reform the police. Now, in my view, it should just be defund the police. But that's not socially acceptable. That's not a socially acceptable viewpoint to have. Take all the money away from the police. So you have to offer a perspective of like, well, reform the police, change the system, change what they do. You know?
Destroyed property that did not belong to her, quote, in an attempt to intimidate him. You're so weak that when she rips up a sign or crumbles it up, you're like, oh my God, I'm so intimidated. What if that 19-year-old woman rips up another sign? What am I gonna do? And then...
Did I find a place to learn swordplay? No, I have not. Sorry, I have not. Hello, GTTW. How you doing? Yeah, we should abolish the police. We really should. This is the problem, though. Is like if you I want to be as progressive as I possibly can, but I've also got this perspective of it needs to be a slow progress. It needs to be a slow burn to a better society. But at the same time, I want revolutionary change now. I want the system to change now, tomorrow. I want to wake up and society is better. Everything is better. Animals are treated better. Humans are treated better, more civilly, more equitably. I want renewable energy tomorrow. I want us to stop destroying the coral reefs tomorrow. I want us to stop destroying the environment tomorrow. And the unfortunate situation there is you've got two options. You either play the middle ground role where it's like, oh, okay, well, we could start doing little changes here to move towards a better world. But then you've got people who will buck against that and try to go middle ground to your middle ground because your actual perspective is way over here, right? I actually want radical change, but if there's too many people offering a middle ground to the radical change, what you need to do is say, we need to do radical change now. We need to change it now. We don't have time to wait for this shit. But then people are going to look at that and say it's too extreme and they're not going to side with you. So you're kind of like stuck. It's a double-edged sword. Maybe that's not the right phrase, but like you can't really expect radical change overnight because too many people are going to be put off by the idea of radical change. But if you give them the middle ground, then they'll try to rescind it back even further to the point where you're basically getting no progress. And we don't have time for that. Abolitionist researchers have great material around the structures we need to build in preparation for full abolition. Check out Mariam Kabe's We Do This Till We Free Us. Okay, that's an idea. Thank you. If the police get defunded, would that include other law-imposing parties like the FBI, CIA, DEA? One would hope, yes. It's hard getting everyone to agree to the same radical change. Exactly. Good night, Fox. Have a good one. To be a piggy in Norway, you need a bachelor or master's education, a fair chunk of which is psychology, de-escalation, community work, etc., which is a whole lot better than the US, where hairdressers have longer and more complex educations than some cops. And I know you're not joking. I've read about that before, yeah. Some police, I think New York is probably the most trained for its police officers, and it's something like an 8-week training course. And legitimately, hairdressers go to college for like, I think 6 months or more. It's absurd. It's absurd. You know, police are dealing with people's lives on a daily basis, not just their own. Don't give the cops sympathy.
They say in their statement, the sheriff's office said that Gibson, quote, purposely targeted the officer in a very unpeaceful manner.
Welcome to the Rogue Room.
Again, remember, she never even touched him. All she did was crumple up the sign. Look, in the old days, there was a colloquial term for this kind of reaction. It's called being a bitch, right?
Oh, that's great. You got to do 12 months for your Cert 4 in lab techniques. There you go. Living in New York City, New York PD is okay. Yeah, that's the thing. It shouldn't be just okay. You shouldn't have to worry that some police officer might misinterpret a scenario. This is happening in Utah, but for example, like you shouldn't have to worry that some cop gets afraid of you tearing up a sign and tossing it in the bin and chucks you in prison for it. Come the fuck on. This is why I'm scared of the police. You know, I've been to protests. What happens if I go to another protest? Probably not till COVID is dealt with. And I get arrested for what? What do I get arrested for? Honestly, give me a reason. Give me any frivolous reason. And keep in mind, the last protest I went to wasn't even a real protest. We weren't marching in the streets, causing a kerfuffle, causing a fuss, making people aware of us. It was an organized march. And we had to march through certain areas that were dictated by the government. The government said, you can walk through these areas, one of which was a public park. Do you think we're causing a fuss in a public park? Do you think we're making noise in a public park where there's virtually nobody else around? No. If you're doing a protest, you need to be in the streets, near buildings, near offices, near people who are walking around trying to go about their daily business. You need to be disrupting, right? That's what a protest is about. It's about making people see you. Nobody's going to see you in a public park. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to listen. So a majority of our march was through areas that were low traffic. People were not seeing us. It was stupid. I still like that I went to the Women's March. I still think it was a good cause to march for. But here, over in the UK, obviously over in the US, protestation is suppressed. Yeah, protests are supposed to be disruptive. People always say, why can't you guys just do it over there? Exactly. It's ridiculous. A lot of people are in jail for the crime of hurting a cop's pride, and there's a reason for that. Police should be held to the highest standards, exactly. Ink Frog, thank you for the hydration. Being trans on a Tuesday, probably. In the UK, you can be arrested for being an illegally, officially sanctioned protest. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to stamp out protest hard, and that is... There's a word for it, folks. It begins with an F. Give me an F. Give me an A. Give me an S. Come on, someone fill out the rest of the word. What's the word, folks?
So, yeah. I mean, like, you ripped him aside. I'm intimidated. I'm terrorized.
Fascism.
This is the cops in Utah? This is the cops in Utah.
They're supposed to protect us.
Fascists. Fuckers, that's a good one.
Yeah, there's the tough guys. They got, by the way, guy's got a gun. He's
fundamentally corrupt system that works. Fashion. I am not very fashion tonight. I got makeup on and a slouchy hoodie.
Got a taser. He's got all these different things. And there's 19-year-old girl grabbing up beside him. So intimidated. I mean, if you don't call that a bitch, what do you call a bitch?
Yeah, like picture it. Do yourself a favor and picture this unfolding. A dude in his gear with his vest and his gun and his badge and
surprised you didn't just shoot her.
A shotgun in the car or an assault rifle in the car, looking across at a tantrum throwing 19-year-old who is upset, and this guy's intimidated.
This is the thing. This is the problem with the police system at its foundational level. Like, he's just outlined exactly what the problem is. You've got these fucking scaredy cats who think they're tough guys with a gun, and who are the people that are routinely fighting against the cops? Right? The people who are shouting back at the cops, the people who are doing everything in their power to rebel against that police system, they don't have all this expensive gear. They don't have all this expensive equipment. They don't have all of this, well, training. And these cops have all the power in the world. If a protester does anything to a cop, if a protester so much as shouts in a cop's face, they could face charges, whereas the cop can shoot a less than lethal bullet at a protester and what's going to happen? Nothing.
Not her when this guy has a gun and all this paraphernalia. That's one aspect of it. The other thing, just I love the idea that they added this language to the law.
Unironically nuke the world there. I'm fucking done.
Do you think that it was the case before this law that cops didn't just arrest people and make it more difficult for them and add random charges for feeling disrespected? Do you think before this law that wasn't a problem? 100%. Like, cops arrested folks for this before this all came about was enshrined in law. Give me a break.
Yeah, but Brad,
this thing is interesting to talk about, I think. A lot of people have grown up with the idea that police exist for the reason of keeping, the bad members of society from doing the bad things, right? That's their job. And that's how they're portrayed in the media as well. Like, from a young age, look at fucking Paw Patrol. There's a police officer. Dog. There's a police officer. Dog. And, cops in, The Simpsons or whatever else. They exist as a tertiary form of taxation. I mean, there's that. But we're sold this narrative from the time we are children that police are supposed to be there to serve and protect you, a good functioning member of society, from the evil bad guys, from the rapists and the killers and the thieves and the drug dealers. But we keep hearing more and more stories about police brutality and police overextending their reach of legal execution. Like, how long are people going to continue to abide by this propaganda that police are bad guys? How long is it? And I had a confrontation with some fucking moron on Facebook today because I dared to post an ACAB status on Facebook, and I fully stand behind that status. All cops are bastards. That's it. That's 1312. Fuck 12. Somebody cheer 1312 bits right now. I know nobody will, but there's a fun little fuck 12 meme in there. Pay police more and make them go to school and a real boot camp. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like more could probably be accomplished with a significantly more trained police force of fewer members. 1312 chance in chat. You know, I feel like you could actually reduce the number of cops and increase the training of those few cops. Really, I mean, yeah, ideally, no. This is that thing that I was talking about before. Like, this is my middle ground that I'm offering.
Another round.
1312, best you can do. Close enough. Thank you for the 1312 bits, Em. Anyway, what was I saying? Daywoo, by the way. Hello. 1312. Happy 1312 to you. What was I saying? Fuck. Yeah, like this is the middle ground that I'm extending. Remove the problematic members of your force. Train the supposed good cops extensively and keep them in training. And do everything in your power to make sure that every single new cop is vetoed by a council. Like in the UK, transgender people need to submit records and documents to a council to get confirmed by a group of cis people at a panel to justify that they are transgender. Why do police not have that level of protection? Trans people in the UK have to go through more shit to become trans than cops do to become cops. Remove the problematic cops, so fucking all of them. Anyway.
That's such a great point because, you know, I've said on this show over the last 20 years, maybe over 100 times, the biggest crime in America is this.
I'm at the point where I'm just going to be like, I don't call the cops. There you go, Ariana. I'm going to become one of those people where it's like, we don't call the cops.
Disrespecting a cop, right? And it's not in any law book, but if you disrespect them in any way, or you smirk at them in the wrong way, they're going to arrest you and they're going to make up something. But this is a different level now because now they've put it into the law. So if you dare say anything to a cop he doesn't like, you're terrorizing him, and you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, this is obviously unconstitutional. You have freedom of speech in this country. It's a core American value. Yes, you actually can say anything to cops as long as it's not actually threatening violence. You can't say, I'm going to kill you to a cop, but you can say, I don't like you. I don't believe in police brutality. I object to how you do your job, or here's an inanimate object I'm not a fan of. These are all core constitutional rights. Like Jackson said, if you're a right winger, you should be outraged by this because now they're mad at people on the left, but sometimes they're mad at people on the right. And so now if you insult someone or hurt their if you hurt a cop's feelings, you're going to get arrested. By the way, I've hurt their feelings. So should I not go into the state of Utah anymore? This is a real question. I just called the cops a bitch in Utah because they are. So have I now terrorized them, and can they legally arrest me in Utah? And guys, this is not theoretical. They've already done it several times. Joseph Dawson is 32 years old. He took a back the blue sign and he crossed out blue and he wrote in back the bisexual, okay? And they're like, outrageous.
What a fucking legend. Oh my God, yes. Defunding the police is the compromise. Abolition is the demand. Yeah, exactly. So take most of the money off the cops, take most of the funding off the cops, pour that into social change, social solutions, right? Fix society. We don't need more cops. We need more social solutions, more things that help the disenfranchised members of society. But yes, abolition is the goal. We want to change society to the point where people don't feel the need for cops anymore, don't feel the need for a justice system anymore, don't feel the need for a prison system anymore. The justice system is an archaic holdover from a much different time that we just never grew out of. In Judge Dredd, the judges go through Spartan training. I didn't click anything in today, no. To learn the full extent of the law because they have to make judgments on the spot. They deal with a society that commits 100,000 violent crimes a day and they still hold themselves to a higher standard. Breaking the law as a judge to 20 years. Hard labor on the moon. Titan where the gravity is harsher than Earth's. I should read Judge Dredd. It actually sounds pretty cool. I liked the Dredd movie with, what's his name? Not Stallone, the other one. The more recent one. Carl Urban. That was actually really good. Some labor of cops is beneficial. I've called the cops before. They have too much discretion. That is true. You have to do some ridiculous shit for me to call the cops. 1000%. I do not trust police in like 99.99% of situations. Yeah, every interaction I've had with the cops has left me tense, has left me panicky, has left me feeling negative towards them. It's not a comfortable scenario. They don't come across as the good guys, even if you're the one who called them. Anyway.
Did he just joke? Did he just make a joke about police? That's arrest. They arrest him. He spent 2 nights in jail. He's facing a year's probation. He's not facing it. He was sentenced to a year's probation, fined $500. But that's serious, guys. Any slight offense, and he's going to go to jail, and he's going to serve a year in prison because of that probation if he has any other offense, let alone the fine, let alone the fact that it's on his record and he can't get it off, let alone the fact that he was already in jail for 2 nights. This is totally real. And then last one, the sheriff's office said, we are greatly disturbed by the hatred shown to law enforcement officers for no apparent reason.
No apparent reason.
We are hopeful that this country can mend and heal from the division. So get a load of this.
By the way.
They do the police abuse in the first place. People then protest police abuse. And then they say, how dare you create division? Now you've hurt our feelings. And since you hurt our feelings and you've shown hatred towards law enforcement officers, by the way, he then adds gratuitously, for no apparent reason. Oh, I mean, George Floyd. I mean, I don't know what happened to George Floyd. Well, you're upset about that? That's no apparent reason. No apparent reason, just like any cops in this country. The hundreds of people who have been killed by cops, black, white, and otherwise, unarmed African Americans getting killed disproportionately.
Yeah, it's fucking Davo, honestly. It comes like the way the cops portray themselves is deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. They're literally using abuse tactics on the world to try to make themselves seem like the good guys. There's a reason people are speaking out against the police. Julia, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing?
On and on and on. For no apparent reason, this person insulted a police officer. Now they're under arrest. No, that is not freedom. That is the exact opposite of freedom. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it.
They're literally like, as much as I dislike the appropriation of the term gaslighting, it is very appropriate. Also, there's still a chant thing on my chat box over here on my dashboard. So 1312, anyway, can we have an all LGBT police force? Just bring in the, what's it called? The village people, and they can be our cops. Anyway. Yeah, like we do want abolition. We do want to defund the police. I don't want the police to exist anymore. I don't ever want to see a cop car again in my life. I get a panic attack when I drive past a cop car thinking they're going to pull me over and pull some shit. You know, I should not have to live with that. And also, yeah, remember, 40% of cops physically abuse their families. They do. It's great, isn't it? It's fantastic. What a wonderful system under which we live. Some stories write the judges as cops trying to bring order to a completely chaotic world, and others put them as the villains stomping out any hope for a return to a democracy post-nuclear holocaust. Yeah, I've heard it's good. I've heard that Dredd is really good and really deep. And I've heard that like the story has been going on for years and years and years and years, and Dredd has been actively aging throughout the series. Like it started in what, the 80s or 70s or something like that, and then like as the years have gone on IRL, Dredd has actually aged up, and now he's like 70 or something like that. I can't recall. So he's like an old Dredd, you know. Just don't want wankers with guns stumbling out like preening roosters. Exactly. 40% reported. I know. Whenever you see those kind of statistics, you've got to think, oh, it's probably worse than that. You know, it's probably worse than that. And then they have the audacity to approach parents and accuse them of abusing their children, right? Like, this is projection. Old Dredd wandering the wasteland, adventuring with his walker. Anyways. So where were we? Let's come back to this really quickly. So, dozens arrested as anti-trans protests outside spa turns violent. Dozens arrested in Los Angeles as anti-trans protest outside spa turns violent. Sorry. I was struggling to read that, to process that. Dozens of people have been arrested in Los Angeles. Let me turn our music back on really quickly. Following a chaotic, at times violent demonstration by anti-transgender protesters who targeted a Koreatown spa that has a trans-inclusive policy, which I suspect is thanks to the law in Los Angeles, allowing trans women to use the women's facilities. Saturday marked the second weekend of violent protests this month in the streets around Wi Spa, a neighborhood business that has found itself at the heart of a right-wing media storm over an alleged incident in which a customer filmed herself complaining about a trans woman in the women's area of the spa. The far-right protesters called for a boycott of Wi Spa and chanted baseless claims about pedophilia as women carrying signs reading "Protect Female Spaces" and "It's Worse in Women's Shelters" marched alongside men wearing helmets and masks that covered their faces. Yeah, the cops that shot the counter-protesters. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if they're going to outline that specific point. Although there is another Guardian article from the Guardian US. Although this says Australia edition. It says the Guardian... Oh, US News. So that they do outline it. There's 2 articles here. And there's also a Vox article from last year about why police often single out trans people for violence. Anyway, calls to... what was it? Yeah, calls to defend female spaces, in quotes, whatever that means, and women's shelters have become rallying cries of anti-trans groups who have falsely suggested that trans-inclusive policies endanger cis women by associating transgender women with male sexual predators, by the way, is what they're getting at there. Again, who was it that mentioned before that a private woman's space is not going to prevent a male sexual predator from barging in there and committing whatever violent sex acts they want to do? The law's not going to prevent that either. Okay? A male sexual predator is still a male sexual predator. He's not a transgender woman. Right? The argument, the screeching they're going on about this is completely unfounded and baseless and just a way to justify bigotry. California has for years had laws in place that allow trans people to use facilities that match their gender. The chants and signs in Los Angeles on Saturday night highlighted the convergence of anti-trans activism with other strains of far-right activism. Many demonstrators chanted "Save Our Children," a slogan taken up by QAnon conspiracy theorists whose ideology is centered on an elaborate narrative about a cabal of influential pedophiles. Other demonstrators wore shirts pledging to murder left-wing activists. Well, that's nice. Awesome. Not terrified at all, with reference to right-wing death squads in Chile in the 1970s. According to multiple protesters, Arthur Schaper, the leader of the California chapter of an anti-LGBT hate group, arrived early to the protest outside Wi Spa and took refuge behind a line of police officers as trans rights protesters heckled him. What a fucking pussy. Anyway, for hours on Saturday, the neighborhood around Wi Spa was filled with lines of police in riot helmets and clashes between police and protesters, with reports of less lethal weapons being used against the trans rights and anti-fascist activists who showed up as part of a counter-protest against the far-right demonstrators. The volatile protests, in the middle of an ordinary Saturday, left some passers-by confused and fearful. A Los Angeles Police Department spokesperson, that's gendered, oops, said police made several dozen arrests for failure to disperse after declaring an unlawful assembly shortly after 11 a.m. LAPD also appeared to fire rubber bullets at trans rights demonstrators from a close distance, despite a recent judge's ruling restricting the department's use of certain less lethal projectile launchers against protesters. A Guardian journalist who tried to interview far-right protesters was chased, pushed, and shoved to the ground. Do we want to see the video? It's not that bad. Like, it is bad, but it's not like you're not seeing spurts of blood and guts pouring out. Do you want to see it? It's like maybe 20 seconds long, I think. Give me a show of hands. 1 for yes, 0 for no. It's disturbing, but it's not horrific. I think it's within TOS. We should be fine. Death penalty for rapists, child abusers. We'll mute the tab for a bit. That might be it. I'll mute the tab if you want. Although, not 1 for yes, 0 for no. We'll just skip it. You guys can watch the video if you want. Here's the article if you want to see it yourself. I've seen it. So, and I described it earlier. Like, it's this guy here shooting someone at near point blank range. I'll just like you watch it. You watch it. Yeah, and I'm not particularly keen on seeing it again. Just got thrown to the ground by right-wing anti-pedophile protesters as a crowd converged on me and chased me. They threw water at me and screamed about Jesus and said to grab my phone. Police would not let me through the police line, but after I got thrown to the ground, they did. They threw water at me and screamed about Jesus. This is what I mean. Like, these people are delusional. They are legitimately delusional. They're experiencing thoughts of a reality that doesn't exist. And I'm not trying to conflate these people with mentally ill folks. But this is actually delusion. This is actually legitimate delusion. They're not living mentally in this world. They're making up these absurd conspiracy theories and believing them and feeding it off each other. Like, it's all propagandistic, you know? And I'm not trying to be ableist. I'm not trying to insult people who do suffer mental illness, who do suffer things from like schizophrenia, for example. But this in particular could be considered a very ideologically structured form of delusion, you know? Believing in an omnipresent floaty beardy cloud man is delusional? Who'd have thunk it? Anyway. Footage showed LAPD officers taking a trans flag from demonstrators, and the police department later posted a photo of a rainbow-painted piece of wood left behind, claiming it was some kind of violation. Oh no. Far-right groups and Republican legislators have over the past year increasingly targeted trans people as part of a broader culture war, with anti-LGBTQ campaigns and a series of anti-trans state bills, including legislation targeting medical care for trans youth and attempting to prevent trans girls from participating in women's sports. The US right-wing media have spent several weeks turning the inclusive policy of a local Korean spy into national news, which again, the inclusive policy is due to Los Angeles laws. See, Kanza, that's exactly what I mean. It's like I realize that, you know, schizophrenic people do experience delusion as a symptom. That's the point that I was worried about there. It's like the fact of delusion, however, and believe me, I am not trying to compare you to Republicans or QAnon or any of that sort of thing. But what they are experiencing is most definitely, like I said before, an ideologically influenced delusion. They have been convinced that this is the reality of the situation. They've been convinced that trans people are pedophiles and trans people are predators and all this kind of thing, and they believe they have some kind of biblical imperative to wipe us out. And that is a viewpoint that is not based in reality. That is a viewpoint that they have succumbed to and been convinced of, and by definition it is a delusion, in the sense that they are believing it despite tons of other people realizing and telling them that viewpoint is wrong. That viewpoint is not based in reality. Believe me, I feel for you. I'm not schizophrenic myself, I'm autistic, but I do feel for you. I do have a lot of sympathy for folks that deal with being insulted on the basis of mental illness, being insulted on the basis of having those things. And I am actively trying to change my language. You know, I've been known to use words like deranged and crazy to insult certain people if they, you know, express viewpoints like this. And I'm trying to move away from that. I've actively noticed it, especially recently, and I want to change my language around that kind of thing. But in this circumstance, I'm not using delusional as a derogatory towards, say, schizophrenic people. I'm using it from the perspective of these people have been convinced into something that's simply not in reality. So, but yes, I am trying to change my language. I am trying to stop using deranged, especially, because that became a common one for me, because it just became a sub-in for retarded, because I used to just say that like nothing else. And now I've dropped that from the lexicon, aside from using it in a contextual purpose. So yeah, like that's the thing that I think we should all, because I put out a video a little while back on my YouTube channel, which was a highlight from the stream, talking about how specifically, like, we look at the trans rights situation right now, and there's a big movement of people who are like, well, transphobes are bad. And we realize that that is a really actively bad bigotry. Okay, there's a lot of that. But on the left and the right alike, ableism is still considered, or like mental illness is still considered this acceptable slur, is the point that I was making. I see people on the right and left constantly calling each other crazy, loopy, insane, all these different things. And they're doing it as a joke. They're going, oh, these people are so crazy, they make no fucking sense. But in this particular circumstance, I think this is a definite case of, like I said, an ideologically influenced delusion. They've been convinced of something that's not real. And they are so deeply entrenched in this that I don't think they'd be able to change their minds. Anyway, let me get back up a second. Delusion is both on the left and the right, that's true. Checking extreme for the first time, far right and far left both need to go away forever. It's causing more division in the country. Both the extreme minority on either side, claim karma minds, I'm assuming. That still reads very centristy, is the unfortunate thing. Because yeah, like I mean, I do agree there are definitely extremists on both sides of things, but when you paint broad terms like far left and far right, you need to define them more more in detail. But I think that there's definitely movements on the left at the moment that are far more progressive, and I'm going to side more with progressive ideology than I am with regressive conservative ideology. You know. So if the far left are saying trans rights, if the far left are saying renewable energy, if the far right are saying veganism, and they're being, active about it, even if they are being a bit extreme in, honestly trying to push their viewpoint down people's throats, yeah, like you've said, Locked Character, the far left isn't advocating for my murder. Whereas the far right is doing everything in their power to encourage their base to go by that narrative. Training out of ableist language and still being able to insult people is hard, but worth it, yes. Anyway, and that's the problem, is like if you use mental illness as an insult, you're dehumanizing people with mental illness. Which I'm not trying to do. Where were we? Right, we spent several weeks turning the policy of a local Korean spa into national news. Tucker Carlson's Fox News show put the spotlight on WeSpa in late June, highlighting a viral video of the customer who complained to spa employees. And there's a second video now. In the video, spa employees politely reiterated the business's non-discrimination policies and compliance with law. As the customer argued, there's no such thing as transgender. So do not at all, if you are one of those people who is like, oh, well, this is not about trans issues. She's talking about there's a male sexual predator. This is about trans issues. Because it's very likely, the situation that very likely happened in this scenario, based on what I have been able to deduce, based on the fact that someone reached out to me claiming to be the trans woman, my interpretation of this entire scenario is there was a trans woman in the spa. I'm retracting my statement formally for the record about the fake trans woman that this person made up to try to generate outrage. I think there was a transgender woman in the spa, and that transgender woman had every right to be in the spa, and this customer is simply transphobic and didn't like the idea of a trans person, more than likely pre-op by the look of things, because there was mention of a penis, being in the spa area where she was completely legally allowed to be. Completely, by company policy, allowed to be. And if you're going to go to a queer-friendly spa and then complain to staff that the queers are there, it's your responsibility to leave. Don't take umbrage with that, just leave. Okay? If you can't abide by the policy yourself, why are you there in the first place? So anyway, yeah. What you heard, the spa was trans-friendly, but there was no record of any... Yeah, there were no record of any of their regular trans customers, and it's entirely possible that there was a new trans customer that they didn't realize, which I'm beginning to think was the case, because they had regular trans customers that they knew were transgender, but it's entirely possible that there was a new trans customer there that day who, that they didn't have those details on. You know, and now, again, based on what this person has DM'd me, I have no way to verify this information, but if this is the trans person involved in this scenario, they are now terrified. They are now very upset, and they are now very scared of even going out in public because they've become discourse. And keeping in mind, very fortunately, their identity has not been leaked, thankfully. I don't even know who they are. I just got reached out to by this person who gave me quite a few paragraphs that, in all honesty, I can't imagine why somebody would make this up. You know, that's the thing, is like, I can't imagine somebody would actually go out of their way to fabricate these things. And of course, they did tell me in advance of this protest that was happening just, I think it was yesterday. But anyway, there's that whole situation. So where were we? Hinting at the whole yeet the rich bit from some MLs. Is this person called Karen? I don't know, honestly. We're not going to get into the Karen discussion tonight. We've talked about, in the same way that, like, calling someone deranged is ableist language, calling someone a Karen is also misogynistic language. But let's not do that discourse tonight. A Los Angeles LGBT newspaper later reported that there were questions about the veracity of the allegations in the viral video, and that it was not clear if any trans customers were even present in the spa when the video was filmed. The following Saturday, the 3rd of July, saw violent... Was the 3rd? No, it wasn't. I mean, that was a Saturday, but this was last week. When did this happen? What the fuck? My sense of time has gone out the window. I swear this was last week. Anyway. Police said they made no arrests during the first round of chaotic protests, despite several violent attacks captured on video. Amber Hooper from Orange County had watched the violence in early July in shock and had decided to come to WeSpa with a friend for the second counter-protest on Saturday, the 17th of July, after local activists said far-right demonstrators were planning to return. The Friends said they wanted to represent their community and were hoping the violence would stop. It was frustrating to see that the people who talk about law and order are against the laws that protect trans people, Hooper said. Oh yeah, I didn't even think of that. They're all about law and order, except when it comes to the laws that protect transgender people. Trans rights are human rights, exactly. Amber Hooper and Chloe watched the violence at the previous We Spa protest and were shocked. They came today from OC to represent their community. We just want the violence to stop. Trans rights are human rights. Jamie Penn, a neighborhood activist and medic, said that the trans rights demonstrators wanted to protect the spa and its business, but that the spa itself was trying to remain neutral. You can't be neutral when it comes to fascists, dude. Come on. Have some integrity. Have some fucking integrity. And then it seemed to want the whole situation to go away. I mean, I would too, but for fuck's sake, dude. We Spa did not immediately reply to a request for comment on the ongoing protests. Like many other metropolitan areas, Los Angeles contains a transgender population, some of whom enjoy visiting a spa. We Spa had said in a statement to LA Magazine in late June, noting that California law bars businesses from discriminating against trans people. We Spa strives to meet the needs of all its customers. I mean, they're a business. Southern California has long been a center of right-wing extremism, including the violent pro-Trump demonstrations, militia groups, activists, links to QAnon, and white supremacist organizations, and many of the California defendants charged with participating in the 6th of January pro-Trump insurrection at the U.S. Capitol came from LA and surrounding cities. LAPD has faced intense scrutiny for its aggressive response to demonstrators, including multiple reports in recent months finding that officers used excessive force and violated its own policies during last year's Black Lives Matter demonstrations, in some cases causing serious injuries requiring hospitalization. So there's that first bit, and then we also have this here that says police fire rubber bullets after anti-trans rights protest at Los Angeles spa turns violent because of the police, generally speaking. Dozens of people have been arrested in Los Angeles following a chaotic and at times violent demonstration by anti-trans protesters who targeted a Koreatown spa which has a trans-inclusive policy. So that's just the same stuff. LAPD also appeared to fire rubber bullets at demonstrators from a close distance as trans rights and anti-fascist activists showed up in a counter-protest. So there. Oh, I've got another article here that I didn't realize I had up. There we go. Cop Killer by Body Count. Is Body Count a metal band? They're a metal band, aren't they? Have I got that wrong? I thought Body Count was Ice-T's metal band. Is that what that is? I forget. Thought California was all hippies and rainbows. I'm gonna have to give that song a listen because I like Ice-T. Does the trans women, so hang on, in honesty is not from a bigoted side but a curiosity side, does the trans woman have the right to show their penis in front of young women? Here's the thing. If a transgender woman is in a, why would young children, because you said young women, I'm assuming you mean people under the age of 18. Why were they at a nude spa late at night, first of all? And secondly, what's the difference between a young girl seeing a vagina out in public and a young girl seeing a penis at the same place if it's a trans woman's penis? Again, nude spa, probably an area that children shouldn't be in. If it's just throwing that out there. I don't recall, and like this is the thing, I think they might have even made up the scenario where there were kids present. Went from Cop Killer to like 20 years on a propaganda show. Fucking sellout, true. Wouldn't be surprised if my father or stepbrothers follow Trump, yeah. I've now got questions about certain people that are on my friends list on Facebook, or they might not be because I blocked them, because they were just being antagonistic. Staring at people's junk in any nudist setting is considered bad manners. Exactly. Yeah, everything I've read about the spa indicates that they're an adult spa. They're an adult nude spa. Children should not be there. And I don't think... I've watched bits of the second video of the woman screeching at staff, and I've watched bits of the first video. I don't recall if she did mention there being children there, but by the same token, kids under the age of 18 are not allowed in my stream. Why should they be allowed in a nude spa, you know? Where everybody over the age of 18 should be mature enough to recognize that transgender people exist, and transgender people are going to want to be in those kind of private spaces that align with their gender. Spas, change rooms, bathrooms, toilets, locker rooms, whatever. You know? If you take a transgender woman... Like, there's this whole discussion around, like, private spaces. There's this whole idea around private spaces that transgender women, of course, like the association is that transgender women are cisgender male predators and all that kind of bullshit, which makes zero sense. Because again, it's associating people like me. I'm a trans woman, but I am, take the trans away, woman. I'm a woman. So conflating somebody like me with a male sexual predator is irrelevant because I'm not a man, right? Furthermore, there are people who think that spaces like the spa, like the bathrooms, like the, what's another example? Like the change rooms and all that kind of thing, they have this attitude that those should be sex segregated spaces, so using biological sex as a justifier. And I don't think these people who are in favor of that idea realize just how absurd that notion is. Because we go back to the transgender school athletes thing, the trans women or trans girls participating in school sports, right? There was a Republican lawmaker who was putting forth the notion that in order to preserve the integrity of girls' sports, they should be requiring genitalia inspections on teenagers. And they have the audacity to say that trans people are the predators in this scenario. It's ridiculous. And if we continue down this road, if those spaces were sex segregated, and same with sports, then they would be putting transgender people at significant risk. If you start forcing transgender women into the men's restrooms...
I see you've brought
story,
guests.
Girl. Hello.
Welcome, friends.
How you doing? What's going on, Raiders? My lights are not changing color. So Yogi, welcome in. Gyrocop, welcome in. What's going on, folks? Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name's Abigail Beck. This is a place of warmth, welcoming, acceptance, learning, and all these kinds of things. Enlightenment. I hope my crystal lizard isn't dying. He looks like his lights aren't very well lit up. Anyway, Useless Zeddy, welcome in. How's it going? Wolfie, how you going? Welcome in, folks. How was your stream? What'd you get up to, Story Girl? Tell us all about it. Sweet Riley, thank you for the follow. Can I? There we go. No, I fucked it up. I can't type, sorry. I'm so bad at this. Streaming some politics. What kind of politics was you doing tonight? Tell us all about it. What were you getting up to? Comrade Botchler. How's it going? From Extremely Online Left's channel. Ooh, do I follow them? I don't know if I follow Extremely Online Left. I think I've seen that name before. Comrade Botchler, welcome to the Rogue Room. I do not. I've seen that name before and I meant to follow them ages ago. Well, now I do. Thank you for the suggestion. Actually, on that note, do I follow you, Story Girl? I think I do. I'm pretty certain I do. If I don't, I'll be greatly upset with myself. I do. Okay, good. How's it going? How was the stream? What were you getting up to tonight? Tell us all about it. In Norway, it's normal to bring your kids into the changing rooms and communal showers naked when at a public pool, etc. Adults are segregated by gender, but little girls and boys can accompany one of their parents into whatever changing room is applicable for the parent. I mean, yeah, that's generally how it's seen here. I don't know if there's like a specific law surrounding it, but like, you know, if I need to, I take my son into the women's restroom, you know, or if I'm feeling particularly dysphoric, I'll use the disabled one. No one cares if they see genitals unless it's a trans person involved, which is completely fucking moronic. Yes, it is. Don't you hate when you realize you don't follow someone you should be? I know, it's ridiculous. I'm like, I feel like there's all these names that I should be following here on Twitch. Meticulac, welcome to the Rogue Room. What's it called when you watch something lighthearted to pull away from a heavy topic? I'm not sure. Eye bleach. It's not an Ibanez. It's a Ashton. Comfort, yeah, I suppose. But I couldn't play it. I've recently wanted to get back into playing my guitar. I haven't played it for months. Let's clarify. And recently, like the past 4 or 5 weeks or so, I've had acrylic nails on. I yanked them off last night, thankfully. So I'm going to let my nails rest, my fingers rest a bit, because that's actually pretty traumatic to your fingers. This one in particular has got a band-aid on it because the nail got pulled back so far that it's constantly bleeding. So I need to wait till it heals. Hello, Martin. How you doing? So I'm waiting for my fingers to sort of de-stress a bit from having the acetone soaked on them for like 20 minutes a piece. And then I'll get back to practicing my guitar again. Because I want to practice my guitar again. I like it. I've got long hair. Look at my hair. Mainly anarchist history videos, Emma Goldman documentary, some philosophy tube, content on anarchism. Interesting. And an interesting piece on how capitalism's values change when crises hit. That sounds good. That sounds good. I was watching Philosophy Tube's Social Constructs video last night. I'm in love with her. She's so good. She's just amazing. Steel strings are rough on the old fingertips. Still got calluses from nearly 2 decades ago playing bass. Oh my goodness. My room does look like a disco because we've got the party lights on. Let me turn them off. Let me go back to normal. We're usually bisexual lighting AF in here. But yeah, I wish, honestly, as much as it would probably be not good for my head, I do wish I could turn the pace of those party lights up a bit. Make it a little bit more flashy, a little bit more vibrant. But that's what we get. Anyway, I'm trying to add more and more lights to this whole setup over time. Both an axe and a sword. You like my sword? It's Ciri's sword from The Witcher. I love it. And this is my favorite thing. Translighting. I can do translighting. I've got my trans flag over here. This is my favorite thing though. I have to just... Look, I have a crystal lizard. Sorry, I simp so hard for this little thing. I probably shouldn't leave him on all the time. Yeah, I think leaving him on all the time is draining his batteries. I've only, like, for example, only had him on for about a total of 8 hours on stream. So like tonight and like last week, I think I did one stream where he had his lights on, and he's already dying. I've got another set of batteries that I'll chuck in once he's completely carked it, because they're those little button batteries, you know, little metal button batteries. You don't really need a demonstration, but there. Those batteries uses Duracell LR44s. And yeah, I think the little mechanism inside this just burns through them with the LEDs. So as cute as it is, as cute as the fact that it lights up and it's like really fucking cool and all that, regrettably, it's gonna cost me a lot to keep running this little shit. Same with the fairy lights. And the portal gun. I got too many light up things that require batteries. Okay. I have heard tell of a concept where you can rejig certain battery operated things and then shift them over to being operating off power, which might be an idea that I could look into. Oh, the eye bleach. We'll come back to the eye bleach. We're just chilling at the moment. We're just chill. We're chatting. We're hanging. We're chilling. We'll come back to eye bleach. I do not have a point reward. I do not have a point reward where you can change the color scheme, sadly. Do believe that, don't agree with you, do believe that people who are biological men and women shouldn't compete against those of the same. Have you actually looked into it? Trans women who is a man should not compete against those who are women. There are, like, you realize that my testosterone levels are 0, right? Like, I have no testosterone, I've lost tons of strength, my cardio is nowhere near what it used to be. And there are stories of trans women athletes who are literally describing it as anti-doping. You could just watch that whole video there if you want to do that whole thing. It's been proven time and again that the whole trans women in sports thing is demonstrably false. It also dismisses the fact that biological women are different amongst, like, cis women. Yeah. And that is a transphobic thing. Like, I did research on this because I got sick of explaining this whole thing. So I put 42 minutes together. And I don't think I put the sources in the description. I could probably find them and chuck them in there, but anyway. While watching videos, you also started knitting a beanie in trans colors. Yes, that's amazing. There's still that slouchy beanie I want to get. It's on Etsy. That has the trans flag on it. Yes, I have more estrogen than I actually have. I think my endocrinologist said my testosterone levels are so low that I could probably bump them up a little bit. They actually reduced my T blockers because my testosterone levels are too low. I'm actually at effective 0 testosterone in my system. And you could look at the stories of other trans athletes. Jordan Raskopoulos has a good thread on her Twitter about the whole thing. And it's a misnomer. You actually know the first person to legally be allowed to play a trans women's sport, a women's sport, as a trans woman. Science is how the judge ruled on it being allowed. Oh, really? That's interesting. Generally don't go at other places other than home. Can't stand public toilets. Neither can I. I don't like them. I don't like the idea. But I don't want to do the whole. I mean, We could, I suppose. But it's important to realize that once you take those hormones away, there is a significant impact on the person's body, right? And it all comes down to that biological essentialism, this idea that your biology simply cannot change because your body has produced this hormone or that hormone for most of your life. That's provably false. You know, love a roasting of that big man. That's a regular segment on her show, I've noticed. So if there's another big man in the chat at this point, I feel like people are actually going out of their way to do it just to get the reaction, which is kind of upsetting actually when you think about it. Putting somebody through harassment so they'll do a comedy bit. But Jordan's good. Jordan's good, people. I like Jordan. I was thinking like we were going to raid Jordan last week. I don't know if we did. But if we didn't raid Jordan last week, we can raid Jordan this week. Or I wanted to raid Grizzly. I want to raid Grizzly. Grizzly is cool people. Physical changes can happen really quickly. We lost a bunch of muscle mass. Yeah, I lost tons of muscle mass. I'm piss weak. I can't squat anywhere near what I used to. Can't bench, can't deadlift anywhere near what I used to. My body is so weak and frail now. Yeah, try to keep the sports conversation away from hormones. And the reason, right, get this. There's actually restrictions on testosterone levels in athletes in the Olympics, if I'm not mistaken. I think. Where, like, women's athletes cannot have a certain level of testosterone above a certain threshold. Or was it a different league? I can't recall. And there was a cisgender woman athlete who had testosterone levels higher than that and had to reduce her testosterone levels before she could compete again. Last year there she was cosplaying as Wapeach. Filling in since Jordan's been feeling kind of down lately. Well, I mean, having that ability to escape into a character is probably good for that, I think. Good for mental health and such. Caster Semenya, that's the one. Yes, thank you, Maria. All sports have limits, even men's. Yeah, exactly. And you look at, like, there are several sports where obviously they're just using PEDs. And to that end, you must consider the questions like how much are sports actually legitimately fair. There are more factors beyond someone's sex hormones that decide if their body is more fair or less fair or whatever. This is so loud. Let me turn that down a bit. Sorry, the music was really loud. I could tell it was probably drowning me out a bit. Told Wapeach to tell Jordan you think she's a fantastic streamer and you're in awe of how much work she puts into her stream. She really does. She puts in a ton of work, way more than I do. I do want to improve the quality of my stream, but excuse me. I feel like I am somewhat limited by like income or time or whatever it is that I have to do. Intersex but identifies as a woman and was assigned female at birth is the important part. So this is where the issue arises, right? Are sports gendered or sexed, right? And this is where we come down to the notion of like, and somebody suggested the idea that sports should be based more on weight classes or something like that rather than genders, which might be an idea. I don't know. Or maybe should be based on hormone levels instead of whatever, you know. It's been more, and yeah, this is what's interesting, Shay. Not just Caster, there has since been more all-black African cis women athletes who've been banned from competing at Tokyo due to having higher than normal T levels. And yeah, it should be, like, there's this ideal concept some people have come up with of, yeah, like, weight class and ability level, right? And yeah, like, that's really interesting. And then you've got the situation of one of the athletes no longer being able to run because she smoked a bit of pot. Oh no, how awful. A completely non-performance enhancing drug, for the record. But yeah, like, you'd pay to see Ronda Rousey kick the gun down at Jake Paul. I think we'd all pay for that. But yeah, like, that's honestly, the trans sports thing is just, there's so much to debunk it. There's just so much to debunk it. And there's so much, like, once you start getting into that discussion, you do get into the discussion of, is sports even fair in the first place? And no, it's not. Post a link to your friend's Wikipedia entry if you want, yes. As for body type, if you're tall, you have an advantage in running versus shorter people, but it's still seen as fair, exactly. So when you talk about bone density and things that aren't really about fairness, exactly. Did I watch Trump's CPAC speech? I didn't. I think I saw clips of it. I think I was watching Riverboat Jack and I saw clips of it. Apotheca Death, how you going? Plenty of Olympic sports already traditionally compete by weight class. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Could have watched it on DMT as he was off the rails. If sports is completely fair, like if sports was legitimately ever designed to be fair, which it's not, you're right. It would end up in a stalemate. There's nothing fair about sports to begin with. Nothing at all. You know, there's not a single thing fair about sports. And if they're meant to, but this is the thing, the argument they always use is it's not fair to exclude certain types of women from women's sports, not just trans women. Certain types of women, which is now including cis black women, because of certain, like, to make things more fair for the other athletes. The fairness thing that they keep using as their defense doesn't work. And if the best of the best happens to include trans women, they'll have to get the fuck over it. Because in the 18 years I think it's been since the Olympics has allowed transgender athletes to compete. Since that 18 years it has allowed transgender athletes to compete, how many trans medal winners are there? Yeah, if sports were fair, I'd be playing in the NBA as an average thick white dude. Look, if you want a fair fight in sports, go play a video game. Right? And even that's not going to be fair because, you know, you're going to be going up against people who've been playing for much longer and have a higher skill level. And that's it. At the end of the day. And if you want to dedicate yourself to something that's going to be totally fair, I don't know. Never going to happen. The whole argument falls apart. Thought sport was about beating the British, that too. If sports were fair, I'd be competing against 8-year-old girls. Imagine that. Imagine if, like, there was something, like, you step onto the field and there's some kind of process you go through that makes the sport entirely fair for everyone. So you've got, like, these big 6'4" linebacker looking dudes against, like, 8-year-old girls. It'd be fucking amazing. Oh my god. Someone needs to make that a thing. So I play strategy games for the most part. FPS isn't your scene. I don't play FPS. The only FPS I'll play is like Doom. You know, honestly, I'm not an FPS person. I like first-person video games, but I'm not an FPS person. When I say FPS, I mean specific types of games. This is the problem that comes back to what we were talking about before. Painfully deranged Trump. Same thing as what we were talking about before about that ableist language. We could watch this if you want. Do you want to watch this? Do you want to watch Trump on the David Pakman show? I mean, I think we're good on this current topic. I think we can keep on this current topic. So yeah, the point that I was trying to make, the point that I've always been trying to make about the sports thing is that a lot of the, kind of fuck Trump. I'll watch it myself later and give you my thoughts after the fact. And I've seen bits of it, and everything he was saying just screamed. Like, if it's the same thing I'm thinking of that Riverboat Jack was watching, it's very, very fash-leaning. Like, you listen to what he's saying, you listen to the way the audience is cheering, you listen to the whole scenario. Sounds like a Hitler speech. It's fucking disturbing. How's Maurice the Spider? Vess is fine. She's hibernating at the moment. She's not doing much. It's too cold for her, so she's just staying in her a little hole and ignoring things. So yeah, you don't get the wording of you don't get the wordage of ableist. So to me, that is something that makes it able. No. So what ableism is, which I guess it is kind of. I mean, it could be kind of confusing, I suppose. But ableism specifically refers to language that dehumanizes disabled people. People who suffer from either physical or mental disabilities, things like mental illness or physical enfeeblement, I suppose. Somebody who's in a wheelchair, if you make fun of them for being in a wheelchair. Somebody who is someone who's autistic like me, if you call me retarded, that's ableist language. And other words like deranged and crazy and insane and all of these different things which are common lingo among the right and the left when it comes to political discourse. You'll see a lot of people, a lot of talking heads on either side of the discussion who will use that language to refer to their opponent. And I used the word delusional before in a legitimate context referring to the anti-trans protesters at the Wi Spa, because their worldview is actually legitimately delusional. As in, like, I'm just going to redefine this, as in they are living with this mentality of a world that doesn't really exist. They are imagining a scenario in their head where transgender people are predators, transgender women are men, and like they're just completely dismissing reality in favor of a delusional worldview. An actual delusional worldview. Lissa, how you going? What's going on? Is ADHD a mental impairment? I mean, I don't really use that term. I think it's defined as a mental disorder. But anyway. I mean, I'm fine to answer the questions about the transport thing. I personally do apologize if I come across a bit aggressive, because a lot of the questions that we get asked or about that transport thing always come across from the perspective of somebody who's got an opinion that's been informed by false information. So we often see the very same question you've been asking. And I'm trying to, you know, I do get a bit annoyed with it because I keep seeing the same thing over and over again. I've seen this question dozens and dozens and dozens of times, often from bad faith actors, which is where there becomes a problem. But anyway. It's a chemical imbalance rather than a mental illness. That's why I say mental disorder. Like, it's not an illness, because an illness is generally like a curable thing. But also the word disorder, it's important to think of what do we consider disordered and what do we consider ordered, right? I prefer the term neurodivergent. So if you are ADHD, you are neurodivergent. I'm autistic, I'm neurodivergent. What that means is what society typically has constructed as this idea of normal, right? This idea of you have the mental capacity to work a standard day job, you have the mental acuity to do this or that or the other, whatever it is, to function normally in society. Neurodivergent people, like those with schizophrenia, ADHD, autism, and so on, there's a long list of these things, are considered neurodivergent. Condition is a better word. Yes, actually, it's a very good example. From a purely psychological standpoint, a deviation from the average standard. Yeah, exactly. So that's what ADHD and all those others fall under. A lot of the time, people will use your symptoms of ADHD as evidence that you are stupid or lazy, and the ableism. Yeah, exactly. I feel that's so hard. Like, I made my ACAB post earlier, and somebody accused me, like one of the idiots involved that I've now blocked. And I am going to freely call them idiots because they can go fuck themselves. Like, drive your car off a cliff. I'm sick of dealing with these idiots. I'm so fucking sick of dealing with these idiots. I'm done with them. I'm done being nice to these cunts. Okay? I was making my ACAB point on Facebook. And one of the comments further down the thread at some point was accusing me of being this lazy idiot who can't get a real job or anything like that. Dude knows nothing about me. Right? He has no idea of my level of employ. And we've discussed the fact that I am underemployed. And that is not my fault. That is not my specific issue. Right? It's not strictly my issue. The transports thing is so stupid. It's the conservative shotgun theory of throwing a million different bigoted ideas until one kind of sticks and then completely running with it. That's exactly it, yes. Are there more neurodivergent people than neurotypical people? I don't know, honestly. I doubt it. I think neurotypical people are more common, but it also is worth considering the idea of neurodivergent and neurotypical are themselves social constructs that we've created. You know, society, Joker face, shut up. I do have a Joker emoji, actually. Do I have a Joker emoji? I think I kind of do. This one, which is called Deranged. I'm going to have to change that emote. It's kind of my Joker emote. Anyway, get a load of that, society. I might change it to Joker, actually. But anyway, society has built certain roles that are considered socially acceptable that bring you an income, jobs. And those are designed around certain people being able to function well enough to do those jobs. And if there are people that cannot function well enough to do those jobs, they are often treated as a burden in society based on those social conventions we've constructed. So someone who is neurodivergent like myself and struggles to find gainful employment because a lot of jobs do not cater to people who function like I do. And study is also an incredibly difficult thing too. Like, my mind just doesn't comprehend a lot of stuff like neurotypical people comprehend a lot of that stuff. You know, which is why, like, honestly, I tried to reapply to a certain job that I did before, because it was honestly dumb work. I didn't have to think about it much. I didn't have to consider it much. It was on a strict routine, a strict regime. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to calculate anything or any of that sort of thing. Yeah, I've just dropped out of my course because studying just kills me. I can't handle it. I can't comprehend it if I'm on a deadline to learn something. I take in information much more readily when I'm not being forced to do the thing by a deadline. I simply can't do it. And yeah. Most people hate their jobs anyway. Feels like I suffered and you should too. And that's another thing. Right, that's another social convention. A lot of people have this attitude, and fortunately there are some good people out there who have the attitude of, I suffered, and because I suffered, I don't want you to suffer. Like, there are those people out there who want to change the world for the better because they've suffered through it. They've had to deal with the bad shit, and they want the world to be a better place for their children and their children's children and just the next generation. Isn't jobs not supposed to be fun? Go to any company and ask them that. They have this attitude at all these different companies where we want to create a warm and welcoming and safe and comfortable and happy and fun environment for all of our workers. Work is not fun. It never has been fun, but they will try to sell you on the idea that it is, and it's something that you will be passionate about. You will develop a passion for it. But it never is. And yeah, nobody deserves to suffer at work. You know, people that can't count higher than 50, but can pull apart, repair, and reconstruct a truck motor in a matter of hours. Different types of intelligence, exactly. And I often feel like my certain level of intelligence, my certain area of expertise is something I haven't quite worked at well enough. Elincia, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? Like, I don't know what my specific area of expertise might be. You know, I don't know what little puzzle piece I am in the grand jigsaw of society. Check out the stream and see what it's about. And some things came up you had questions about. That's all you'll say. Say I'm in it to get paid in the interview, and then they won't call you back, right? You have to be passionate about the job even if you have no interest in it whatsoever. You have to be fully committed to being on board with this job, and you have to want it more than anything else in the world before anybody will hire you. Right? Never understood like how something fun and interesting like making a video game or a film became such a toxic environment to do for a living. Because capitalism. At the end of the day, those companies, like the ones that make people make video games or make a movie or whatever, they realize they can make a lot of money off of that. So they hire people on the basis, especially video game companies will hire people on the basis that you're passionate about this. You want to help us make video games. So they know there are people out there that really want to make video games. They really want to sink every hour of their life into it. And they exploit those people for their passion. And they put them through an abusive burnout work environment because they've got to churn out the next big video game. They've got to get it on shelves in customers' hands, make as much money as they possibly can, and move on to the next project. That's the business model at this point. So, to that end, passionate industries, like art, has been absolutely capitalistically raped. Like, it's been stripped of any of its integrity unless you're looking specifically at independent artists. If you're looking at independent game devs, independent filmmakers, independent painters, musicians, whatever. All of the mass media industries that are rooted in art, and this is what's hilarious. When I say something like, I want to be an actor, I want to make films, which in a way I do, right? In a way I really do. I want to create my own form of art. But if you don't create art according to the system, if you don't create art under the guise of a company, if you don't create art for an explicit weekly salary or monthly salary or whatever, then, like, if you dare to chase your passion in this world, you are considered to be a leech and a mooch. Rather, like, you know, Lissa, welcome to the Rogue Room. So yeah, if you go out of your way to pursue your passion independently on your own terms, And a lot of people are never given that opportunity until they make enough money on their own, which I do have some privilege in that respect. I have got a level of privilege that a lot of people don't have, that I can do this. Anyway, find a job you enjoy doing and you'll never have to work a day in your life is one of the most... Yeah, you'll never have to... Hang on. What was the phrase? What was the... There was a quote that twisted that on its head. Victor Q. Welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? What was it? Find a job you enjoy doing. Oh yeah, find a job you enjoy doing and you'll never have to work a day in your life because no one in that field is hiring. You made money off pixel art. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good. And there are some people who can turn like stuff like art into a job. Like if you're a pixel artist, if you're an emote artist, or if it's whatever it is that you do. I want to take my YouTube videos and my streams into a career, right? Unfortunately, the systems under which the systems that allow me to do that to any extent mean I have to either sell out to companies, and to get to that point I need to build my audience big enough that companies will even look at me as an option to pay me, right? I don't know if they're watching. I'm going to concede something. I took the Udi deal, right? So sometime in the next few days, I'm going to have to do a stream where I'm going to have to suck up to Udi. They didn't pay me. They gave me one free Udi, and I'm going to have to promote them. I've read some things about the company that I'm not too fond of. But anyway, that's the thing, right? A lot of your favorite creators inevitably at some point are going to sell out to some extent, because if you want to turn something like streaming, YouTube, TikTok, whatever, into a job, you eventually need to promote. You need to be at the thumb of a company in order to get income, because your value as a creator is your concurrent viewership. My concurrent viewership at the moment is something like 54 average viewers a month. I can't remember. I'm trying to bring that up. And the unfortunate reality of the situation is that in order to continue to do the work that I want to do, this kind of work, which is largely activism in its own way, largely outreach in its own way, I need to kind of sabotage my own values against doing that kind of thing, against, using my platform in a way that would strictly benefit a company more than it would benefit me. Sell your labor kind of thing. So, and you'll notice that of a lot of creators, like they will sacrifice some portion of their integrity because they've got to buy food at the end of the day. They've got to pay bills at the end of the day. If you want to get that content from them, it is possible to put paid advertisement in a video. I mean, it is. But no one is hiring me for a paid gig yet. I can't pay for my groceries with an Udi. I could pay for my groceries with the money it would cost to buy an Udi outright. How do you take care of 30 cats? I do not know. You don't care what job you do. You have a set hourly pay minimum that you won't budge on, and that's how you job hunt. Work is purely a means to fund my hobbies. And that's how it is for a lot of people. Find a job you love and you can turn your passion into suffering. Oh, that's depressing, but it's true. Well, that's the thing. I do have a Patreon. If you just type !Patreon, and maybe I just need to shill more for I'm 3 subs away from hitting my sub goal for the day. But think about it this way. I might make, if I get 5 subs a day, just basing that purely on how much an American would get. Let's just convert this to American dollars. An American sub is $5 a month, and the streamer gets $2.50 out of that. That would mean if I just hit my daily sub goal every stream, that's $12.50 for, generally speaking, 4, sometimes 5 hours of labor, in a sense. And then we could consider the fact that I got $20 on Patreon before, or people could share bits. There's the whole lot that goes into this, in the sense that the idea of a streamer purely living off subscriptions and bits and tips only works as a job if you are making thousands, right? That number, that daily sub goal would probably need to be closer to 50, and I need to be hitting that every day to even consider it a legitimate thing for 4 hours of work. Every day. Can you imagine the amount, the level of audience I'd need to have, the consistent number of subscribers I'd need to have to hit 50 subs per day. And that's just ballparking it. I haven't even calculated. Like if we just say, for example, I think I calculated, let's do this. Let's do it this way. Let's do a calculation, right? Let's do a little bit of a calculation here. If we've got, let's
another
just assume,
round
hey,
on you.
Loot Goblin, thank you so kindly. Let's just say for a minute, oh, hang on a second. Let me bring this up really quick. No, why is that 112.97? What's that about? Let's just say that I, for example, got exactly the same amount per sub. Fuck off xe.com. Let's just say, for example, I got $3.40 per sub. All right. $3.40 Australian, right? So we do what? Why am I doing it with this? What am I doing? No, let's not do the paint thing. Fuck paint off. All right, so we'll just leave paint in the background for some reason. We'll close that. Don't save. We'll close my stories down. Let's just do it this way. All right, let's just do it this way. Okay, so $3.40 per sub, not 340 for fuck's sake. God damn it, 3.4 per sub. Okay, now let's go and do Australian minimum wage. Australian, what is the actual just minimum wage in Australia? An increase. What's the actual just minimum wage? When was this published? This is from additional $18.80 per week. That I just want to know what the minimum wage is, not the weekly minimum wage. Well, I mean, let's just say I needed to make $772 per week. Okay, so let's do this then. Let's do it this way. Okay, $772.60 per week. Let's just say divide that, for God's sake, by 340. Oh my God, what the fuck's going? Divide that by 3. I would need to make 227 subs a week, I think, if I've calculated that correctly. Per week, divide that by 5. 45 subs a day. So I was ballparking pretty accurate. I need to make 45 to 50 subs per stream, 5 days a week, to hit minimum wage. Radio Juniper, please have a good one. I have not been paying attention to all the conversation in chat. I've missed bits. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's the calculation that I'm just assuming there. If I wanted to make minimum wage as a streamer, I'd need to probably like multiply my audience by 10 and then be able to consistently bring in 45 something subs or 50 subs per stream. And you can only see that happening with several options. Yeah, like I do have a Patreon which has a $1 tier. If you want to support the stream, hit up the $1 tier on my Patreon. Like my ideal situation would be making enough money off Patreon, which would equate to probably like, if it was all just tier 1 patrons, maybe like 3,000 tier 1 patrons, which would mean a significant audience. So make about $3,000 a month. That's probably okay. Giving into sponsorships, playing legit games that come out that are hot, or doing new trends and hit those bandwagons, aka selling yourself short. I do lean into certain trends, but it's largely world news related. It's about the topics that are going on with the community I'm involved with, which is largely the transgender community, and all of that kind of thing. So yeah. Wouldn't Australia tax your revenue? I think that's after tax. I think that's calculated after tax. But yes, they do tax your revenue. But yeah, that's the thing. So we got onto a whole thing there. Is the Australian minimum wage a living wage even? I think you could probably calculate that out to about 40 hours a week. And yeah, it is supposed to be a living wage. I dare say, based on what I know about minimum wage here in Australia, I think we do have it better off in Australia. Not by a whole lot, but I think it is better. Yeah, it is a living wage. I was on about that much per week. No, I was on a little bit less than that. Say about $600. Yeah, I think it was about $600 a week for a good while there, and that was arguably livable. I was getting paid about $23 an hour doing that job. Cost of living is generally higher than the US and Canada. There's that to consider too. So if minimum wage is $19.84 per hour, I was getting paid a couple bucks more than that in my old job. Which I would have stayed in if it weren't for the psychological damage I was experiencing doing it. And yeah, true, there was the video. Like, honestly, just go watch the video. 1984. If you want to know, if you want to continue like having the trans sports thing discussion, just go watch the video. It explains everything in far more detail than I could. Well, I mean, it's a video of me. But I mean, I'm a can of Canadian Club deep. And it's 12:24 at night. Why am I still awake? Oh yeah, I'm traumatized by the people that came to my door. So I kind of don't want to sleep now. I just got it at I just looked up buy Pride flags. And I got it. I don't want to specify who it was, but I feel like given the theme of the stream tonight, you can probably infer. 9 a.m. and usually end much earlier. Yeah, I usually end about midnight. Yeah, there was someone who was knocking on my door late at night. And I just told them to go away, basically. I wasn't going to talk to them. I don't want to talk to them. Think for a second. What does the stream title say? I don't want to say it out loud. Use your heads. Think abstractly for a minute. Not a stalker. No. Although that is a concern. It was a cat. It was 2 cats. Do you get what I'm getting at? And I didn't want to deal with them, so I didn't deal with them. I'm not going to clarify any further. Accurate in describing your wants and needs compared to this situation and made a sound observation. Smudge had friends over. 6 cats in a trench coat. I don't want to talk about it any further. I don't want to touch on it any further. Because I've had traumatic experiences with those people and I don't want to deal with it. Well, let's have a look at things for a second. There's some other stuff here. So leave the subject alone. Alright. I nearly ended my stream when they arrived. Still by Pride Battle Armor. Yeah, that'd be cool. Let me see. Here's a thing that I wanted to talk about. This is from Newsweek. But this is kind of upsetting to see. But it is... I think it's important. I don't want to subscribe, you fucking idiots. Sadly, we're going to... Oh, there we go. The panel went away. Okay, cool. Transgender musician, not a musician, transgender magician cancels library shows after receiving threats. Isn't that lovely? Isn't it great how often we hear about transgender people in their careers minding their own business? The only reason they ever come up is when they're under threats from people. Anyway, the only reason I even knew Michaela Oz was a person is because she was receiving death threats. A magician has cancelled her shows at libraries in Wyoming's Campbell County due to threats that were made to her and library staff after her transgender identity was shared on social media. Michaela Oz was scheduled to perform at Wild Wednesday, the children's summer reading program at the Campbell County Public Library in Gillette on July 14 and the Wright Branch Library on July 15. But both shows were cancelled after threats were made directly to Oz and to library staff, according to a post on the Campbell County Public Library's Facebook page. With great regret shared by Campbell County Public Library System, Oz cancelled her programs in Gillette and Wright due to safety concerns for herself, library staff, and library patrons. Oz's transgender identity was shared on social media on a social media post made by a Gillette citizen. From there, misinformation about the performances was spread via social media, and a call to protest the events was made by a group of citizens. Oz said she had received a number of threats via phone, email, and via social media accounts. One message sent to her via email, which was reviewed by Newsweek, said, "You ain't fucking welcome in Gillette." I feel disappointed in the whole situation, Oz told Newsweek. I put on a family-friendly magic show with no mention of me being a woman of a trans experience anywhere in my family's show. This should have never even been brought up in the first place because it wasn't relevant to my show. I was supposed to simply be there to entertain some families and kids for a fun summer program. Oz said the threats are under investigation by the Deputy County Attorney in Gillette. Newsweek has contacted the Deputy County Attorney for comment. Oz said she has been inundated with a ton of love and support from the community since the library's post went up. It makes me sad to see a small vocal group of the population ruined what was supposed to be a fun community event. There are some amazing and supportive people in Gillette and Wright. Oz, who hails from Iowa, has performed at library schools and other events all over the Midwest with great reviews. The library's Facebook post noted, her high-energy magic, captivating storytelling, and hilarious comedy was to be a highlight of the library's summer reading events, it added. The library's post attracted hundreds of comments from locals expressing outrage and disappointment after the shows were cancelled. This is heartbreaking. Why would anyone protest a magician over something that does not affect anyone? Her gender is absolutely irrelevant. Very based, Brie Danielle. Very good. What kind of message is this sending to the gender non-conforming kids in this community? Those who cause this cancellation should be ashamed of themselves, nothing more than backwards bullies. I mean, in this circumstance, I would say she should book new shows, and everyone who was like commenting support and positivity should show up as like a counter-protest, but we've seen how those go. Sarah Grover added, I'm absolutely disgusted, appalled, and outraged that in 2021 there are still so many narrow-minded bigots in this town that they would threaten the safety of the library staff and this wonderful woman. I hang my head in shame to be part of a community that would treat a human being like this. And Darla Decker Cotton added, this is a terribly sad day for Gillette and all of Campbell County. Bullying, intimidation, and threat of violence won today, and there is nothing okay about that in today's world. Others apologize directly to Oz. I hope your next adventures and tour bring enlightenment and joy to others. So sorry it was ruined by a small group of closed-minded individuals, Sharon Stoner wrote. The Campbell County Public Library have been contacted for comment. Anyway, yeah, so that's honestly really upsetting, honestly really depressing. That, again, I did not know Michaela Oz existed until I heard about the fact that she was receiving literal death threats. I don't think they actually mentioned there were literal death threats in this. They just said a number of threats via phone, email, and social media, and you ain't fucking welcome. But there was another article I read that did outline there were death threats among the whole situation as well, which is never okay. Like, you should never be looking at somebody as a target for a death threat. You know, cat office chair reaches too. He's a kitty. Magic show collab with Abigail. I mean, if Michaela ever hears about me, she's fine to come on and do her magic on my show if she wants. We can do it via Discord, voice chat, video chat. If she wants to come and hang out here and entertain my audience, who are not children, but, you know, I'm fine to have a trans magician on here. Hello. We got a cat. Oh, God. Okay, go away then. Bugger off. He's done. Anyway, but yeah, like, that's the thing, is I've found out about a number of notable transgender people. So Michaela Oz is a magician in America. And due to threats, she had to cancel her shows in Wyoming. Which is awful. And again, like, this is not the first time I've had this situation where it's like, the only reason I know this transgender person even exists is because of the threats they've received. You know, children in terms of maturity, perhaps. Radical leftist teenagers. That's how I feel at the moment. I feel like I'm going through that rebellious revolutionary phase of puberty. Because I've been like, what, 8 months on 10 months on anti-testosterone, or testosterone blockers rather, and then 8 or so months on estrogen. I can't recall. When was it? September I started estrogen. And because the puberty I'm going through, the second puberty I'm going through, is like rapid onset, we're supposed to speed run through the second puberty. I've reached that rebellious, politically aware teenager phase. It's like, fuck you, Mom. I have my own political stances. I'm gonna change the world. Didn't mean to rock the bony stream, just trying to come and learn. This is, like, I mean, it's fine to come and learn here. I just think there's probably many questions that folks here and folks elsewhere are probably a bit sensitive to. It's important to consider the feelings of others. That's the main thing. That's what we try to do as much as we can. Excuse me. Kind of want to reach out to her and see if she'd do a show near you. You'd gladly show up and support. That'd be cool. But yeah, my just general opinion is, like, that video outlines everything there is to learn. Because, like, if we go through the whole situation around the transports thing, my main thing with the transports thing is that human bodies, regardless of gender, are different. And there's an image actually that comes up in the video. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to show it. I won't show it anyway, but there is an image that comes up in the video, in the YouTube video, where it's a line of different athletes, cisgender women athletes, and they all have radically different body structures. Alec, how you doing? Welcome to the Rogue Room, friend. And of course, we talked about how hormone levels can change, and the difference in hormone levels can actually have an impact. But what is never considered is if that hormone levels are changed via medication, then someone's competitive ability is also changed as a result. One of the trans athletes that I mentioned in the video was a cyclist, if I'm not mistaken. Nothing! Thank you, Romeo. I think she was a cyclist or a runner. There were a couple of them. One was a cyclist, one was a runner. And after being on their hormones for a significant length of time, like 1 to 2 years or so, one of them, their coach actually said to them, listen, you're basically anti-doping, you know, rather than this idea that a lot of people have that, like, some people don't even realize that trans people are on hormones. They just think that someone transitions purely socially, when most trans people, I'm just going to say most, not all, but most trans people medically transition, whether with regards to surgery and with regards to medication. So those are two very important factors. Again, like I've said, my own personal experience is that my hormone levels changing has radically shifted my own muscle strength, my definition, my fat distribution, and my performance. I can lift nowhere near what I used to. Okay, Jesus, what's with your attitude? Look at this little asshole, Jesus. Anyway, that's the main thing, and of course, yeah, the fact that, honestly, with regards to, say, team sports, there are obviously, like, athletes on a football team where one of them is just going to be a better performer because they're bigger and they're broader and they've got more muscle, they've got more weight, you know. If you have a football team and there are certain people on one side of the team in one certain role and on the other side of the team in the same role, what's going to happen if, like, one of them is just better than the other one? And by definition, just among cisgender teams or cisgender competitions, sports is never going to be specifically fair. And no matter what it is, there are going to be genetic factors that give people a privilege, or an advantage would be the better word, sorry. An advantage in that situation. Shauna, there you go. Would I consider gender fluid as being under the umbrella of trans? Yeah, definitely. You're having to guess your levels because you didn't have access to blood tests before for like 2 years. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it want? You were lucky enough to get an informed consent? Sames. But most trans women, especially in the UK, are not that lucky. That's unfortunate too. That is one of the things that a lot of trans people are fighting for at the moment all over the place. It's like trying to make sure that informed consent is just available. It's really absurd, the level of gatekeeping that trans people have to go through to transition. Yeah, like, transgender just means any kind of gender that is different to the one assigned to you at birth. It just means different too. Head pat for smudge. It wasn't fair when I played in high school as a trans woman. I played against a future D1 girl who whooped all our butts, yet I was trans. Not fair, I was supposed to dominate. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's another argument that's often brought up by transphobic people. I'm not calling anyone in here transphobic. But it is an argument brought up by transphobic people with regards to trans athletes, is that especially trans women, AMABs, assigned male at birth, trans women, are going to completely dominate women's sports, and there's never going to be a women's sporting league anymore. But that hasn't happened. Like, if it would have happened by now, it would have happened by now, but it hasn't happened. And like I've mentioned, just because 1 or 2 trans women athletes happen to be victorious in their chosen sport, and that's another thing, right? They specifically don't want trans women to compete on the basis that they might win. But we've proven that trans women athletes can lose, right? So by definition, they've got just as much fair ground as any other athlete. They only care, like, first of all, they don't want trans women competing in general, but their entire basis is that a trans woman should lose every single time. And because they have this idea in their head that she's never going to lose, she shouldn't be allowed to compete because it's not fair. But again, There are trans women athletes who lose. There are trans women athletes that win. There are cis women athletes who lose. There are cis women athletes who win. In every sport. That's just how it is. And because trans people are such a significantly low minority of the population, it's completely infeasible that trans women are going to dominate women's sports. Because I guarantee you, male athletes are not going to transition just to dominate women's sports. Especially given the discourse around the scenario. People are not transitioning just to win a medal at something. That's fucking stupid. I hope that has helped outline some points. I don't know. The videos are better. The video does a better job of all of this. I think there are actually a few things that are missing in the video. I wouldn't mind doing a supplement to the sports video at some point that outlines things like wealth privilege, genetic privilege, and all of those kinds of things. Have a good one, Luke Goblin. Thank you for hanging out. I feel like most people who identify as any form of queer or trans feel a sort of imposter syndrome and sort of feel they're stealing valor for not being trans enough. That's kind of where I sit a lot of the time. I often feel as though I have this level of imposter syndrome, which I'm going to address in my forthcoming video, which is about womanhood. I'm going to talk about womanhood in a video essay soon. And I've actually started writing it, thankfully. I'm actually getting somewhere with it. So hopefully that'll be out in the not too distant future. I'm really keeping my fingers crossed that it turns out to be a good video. I want to put as much effort into this one as I possibly can. I want it to be my, like, sports thus far is what I would consider my magnum opus in terms of video essays. I want to top sports. I did really well putting sports together. I want to top that video for my next one, because that's why I haven't released a video throughout June and even July. Like, the video's not going to be out this month. Which is why I'm thinking maybe I should order a backdrop, because by the time I end up getting around to recording all these things, I was looking at backdrops earlier, like green screen backdrops with like a physical backdrop. So like I've got a green screen mount and I would just put this physical backdrop on it. And it was saying to me, oh, if you order this one, it'll get delivered by about the 7th of August. And I'm like, that's way too fucking long, dude. But then I think about it, I'm like, am I even going to be finished the script by the 7th of August? I don't even know. And I've pushed myself away from this ridiculous goal of trying to get one video essay out a month. I'm instead going to focus on A, the stream, and B, putting out a video essay when I feel comfortable that it's the best that it can possibly be. I want to put as much effort as I can into those videos so that they are the best videos I can possibly release. I don't just want to release something on a whim because I feel compelled to do it because I gave myself a stupid deadline. Like I mentioned earlier about the deadlines thing. Anyway. You want to transition, but you're scared because of society. I totally understand that. That's how I was for 31 years. Trust me. I get it. And especially now, like, just know this, Alec, in this space, you are completely welcome to be your truest self. This is a place of warmth, welcoming, and acceptance. We want you to be happy and comfortable here. But yeah, like, back when I was 15, when I first started actually Googling being trans, and also... not being trans, Googling like how to go from boy to girl and all that kind of stuff and learning about it. I freaked myself out. And yeah, and especially now when trans people are so vocal in, not vocal, but I mean, we are vocal. I never shut the fuck up. But when we are such a focus in social discourse right now, I can understand how terrifying it must be to look at everything that's going on, all the transphobia in the world right now and think, I kind of don't want to deal with that. And I get it. I get the temptation to just stay in the closet and not transition publicly. What was it? There's a video I want you all to watch, which is absolutely amazing. Just put out by Jessie Gender 3 days ago. This is fucking amazing. This is called The Hell of Transgender Puberty, and it fucking spoke to me. Interestingly, she hearted my comment. No. It's such a good video because while she's relaying her own personal experiences, I was listening along and thinking, wait, but I had those moments. I had I had these thoughts. And it helps to put a lot of those things in perspective. It's a pretty sad video in a lot of ways, but also very uplifting because obviously she has transitioned now. Is it common for a lot of trans to transition but not publicly? I dare say there's probably a few that do, that might transition socially among their close friend circles, but might stay their assigned gender at birth went out in public. I think that'd be a thing. Like Philosophy Tube, for example. Philosophy Tube only came out in like February, I think it was. And she had transitioned privately for about a year beforehand. Excuse me. So she was masquerading as a man in her videos all throughout last year. And then she came out as trans, but she'd already transitioned throughout that year among her friends and family. They already knew, right? So I dare say, like, when she was going out to the shops or whatever, she'd probably have been putting on the man facade, you know. Don't know if you call yourself trans personally, at least not yet, but it makes you feel better about doing so. Yeah, like, exactly. Like, some people, there are non-binary people who do not like calling themselves trans, for example, as a concept. There are some people who are like, I like the term non-binary, but I don't like the term trans, and they feel like they might either they just don't like it for whatever reason, or they might feel they're appropriating it because technically my label's non-binary. But that all speaks to the idea of the labels that we assign ourselves and the labels that society assigns to us. They're in a constant state of flux. We can always change them. We can always shift what we are and start to realize that maybe this label doesn't work for me, that label does. And who knows, you know, I lean very heavily into androgyny. Maybe one day I'll be a they, them instead of a she, her. But honestly, I like being a she, her. It's nice. But that is the thing. Gender is a fluid thing for everyone. Sexuality is a fluid thing. Like we were speculating before, it's more than likely a lot of the population is actually more like bisexual than hetero. But because heteronormativity is so structured into the world in which we live, and homophobia, as well, is so structured into the world in which we live. A lot of people are afraid of the very concept of probably not being bisexual, probably being pansexual. You know, a lot of people look at the way some cishet men react to gay men or trans women. That viscerally disgusted response. And tell me that's a normal response to those people. It's not. It's flagrantly a fear rooted in the idea that they themselves might either A, be gay, or be trans, or be bi, or be pan, or anything. Or they might be attracted to a trans woman, they might think that they're gay because they've been socially conditioned to think that's a bad thing. Anyway. Article speaks of that as well, that the trans people you'll never know and why they keep themselves hidden from you. This is interesting. Should we read this? It's pretty long. It is 1:45. Oh my god. Goes for a bit. I'll save that one. And I'll read it later. Not in my stream stories. We'll chuck that in the newsroom. It's not really news, but I'll chuck it in there anyway. Because I'll give that a proper read later when I've got the time. Because that looks good. That looks like a decent, chunky article. Yeah. It's your morning running late. You got a jet radio show and I have a good one. Also happy, yes. Imagine being a het. Quite a binary trans man, but that's just me. Still feminine, proud of that, but you see yourself as binary. I mean, yeah, I see myself binary too, even though I know the binary that we have is socially constructed. It was palate cleanser, that's the one, yeah. I forgot about that term. Anyway, palate cleanser, what do you got? Let's watch this really quickly and then let's find someone to raid, shall we? I don't care what any girl liberal says, I'm not dating anyone with pronouns.
Congratulations, that was one of the stupidest things that I've ever seen anybody post on the internet before. Congratulations, the bar is high cause people post lots and lots of stupid things, but your stupid thing was somehow the leader of the pack. You just said, I don't know what pronouns are, I won't learn cause learning's hard. Instead I'll regurgitate a half-baked stolen opinion. People like you make me sad, sad.
Oh gosh, that's good. That's great. We love it. Anywho, all right. Fad dancing. Fad dancing or dad dancing? Anyways. Let me see. Oh god damn it! None of the people I wanted to raid tonight are alive, but I've got a few people on that we could take a look at. Oh, I know who we can raid. I know we can say hello to, mate. I know who we can say hello to, mate. I was gonna raid a Dark Souls person actually, because I haven't said hi to Richie in a solid minute. I'm gonna raid Richie Tooties, who's doing some Bloodborne Whirligig Saw run. I gotta bring Bloodborne back in here. I gotta bring my PS4 back in here and do a run of the Bloodborns and do that. Although my PS4 still sounds like a fucking jet engine. Anyway, let's go do that. Let's go say hi to Richie. Let's go watch Richie doing the Bloodborne. While I personally am going to go to bed because it's like 1 a.m. I went for way longer than I anticipated, but we had a good All Cats Are Beautiful stream. We did our All Cats Are Beautiful tier list. He's the most beautiful. What is that you're doing? What? He's like just... Anyway, if you're not already, which I'm sure most of you are at this point, check out my socials if you haven't. Twitter, Discord, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Thank you so kindly, all of you, for hanging out. Oh, the music stopped. I haven't got the music on. Hang on. Let me turn this up for a second. I love your faces. Be kind to yourselves and each other. And I'll see you when I'm looking at you.